where morning mist begins to talk. I hear the piper's mournful sound and feel the earth beneath me pound. The wind that whispers tales of old, of lovers bold and hearts of gold, in moonlit fields where shadows glide. The wildest dreams in me reside. Oh, Persepolis, your walls still cry. The stars above, they watch and sigh. Oh, lovers dance beneath the sky, where silken shadows intertwine. Whispers float like wine so sweet, a heart that beats in ancient streets. The scent of roses fills the night, as fire and soul take flight. Through green and gold the rivers run, the morning light, it kisses the sun. But somewhere far beyond the sea, your voice still calls, it's haunting me. In Irish winds and Persian sands, I feel your touch, the warmth of hands. Between the stars, between the sea, a love that's bound eternally. From Cork to Persia, through time we roam, two hearts entwined, one path, one home. The fiddle sings, the setter weeps, where love awakens, never sleeps. The fire burns, the winds may blow, but through it all we will not go. In every step, in every rhyme, you're with me still, across all time. Your walls still cry, the stars above, they watch and sigh. A lover stands beneath the sky, where silken shadows intertwine. Whispers flow like wine so sweet, a heart that beats in ancient streets. The scent of roses fills the night, as fire and soul take flight. So here we stand where winds may blow, in Cork's green hills, oh, where the rivers flow. The night is young, the music's loud, we spin and sway beneath the cloud.
which one's the one with where it was like Europe, where you could literally go and there's one of them. There's one of them where it's like Middle Ages, where you can go and take and like try to get your own like pontiff. That's like that will side with you. So you take and you basically send an assassin into the Papal States to basically assassinate.
You could do it on a few different things, like Crusader Kings and stuff like that as well, which is great.
Yeah.
Let me line this up because I just realized on OBS when I flipped over it wasn't quite right. Okay, that's better. Okay, and welcome back this week for Canto 19. We're still in the 8th Circle of Hell, and this week we get to cover the wonderful sin of simony, and a couple others that are closely associated therein, as we do this episode of the Digital Apparatus. But as our good friend Despy was saying, as we came out of the starting soon screen, yeah, this is a running trope in like video games at this point, because like we have had so many popes that weren't really elected in the same way that we think of today. It's interesting. Let's just say it that way.
Yeah.
And the reason we're talking about that is today we get to cover the section of the Inferno where we get to cover the 3 popes in hell that Dante himself put there. It's going to be an interesting conversation to go over those 3 in particular, because at least as I was saying, this is coming through. Yeah, it is. As I was saying in the starting soon screen before you guys could hear us, I think at least one of them technically is getting a bum rap here because he just failed to stop the practice, even though he tried to stop the practice. Like, yeah, I have trouble with that one. Dante may have screwed this one up, in my opinion. But as you can see, what was that?
Well, I was going to say that may be true. It may be true, but it all depends on not necessarily what the Pope did beforehand, but what his actions were afterwards at the same time, too.
I mean, that may be true, but at the same time, as I said, these are popes that are extremely well educated. They've all read the story of what happened to Julius Caesar. And they have a lot of cardinals with a lot of, like, families that aren't technically supposed to exist, that have a crap ton of really sharp knives that live very close to him. Like, I'm not saying it's great, but worthy of hell? Maybe a couple centuries in purgatory, but like, hell? Dante, such a fucking savage. But, as you can see based on the screen, we get to start with Simon Magus, who I will defend tooth and nail here as much as I can without derailing too heavily. Because, at least according to the scriptures of the Bible, before certain translations started making some minor edits to the story over time, if you go to the oldest translations, Simon Magus had no ill intent. He wanted bits of God's power, not because he wanted to be famous or rich. He wanted to help people, and instead of doing it through trickery, he wanted to have actual power to do it. He just was willing to pay for it. So essentially, he was blamed for being the first capitalist. And this is coming from a communist. That's not hell-worthy. You're dickhead worthy, but not hell worthy. Sorry.
Sometime in purgatory, of course, but you're not hell worthy.
Yeah. Just saying, like.
Good news for televangelists everywhere.
Oh, no. They get their slot to hell on a whole different fucking set of criteria that has nothing to do with the money. Let's be honest. Rich, you and I are both fairly old. We've seen a lot of the televangelists come and go. Can you name a single good one? I can name a couple of good evangelists. Can you name a single good televangelist? I can't.
I mean, not people who started out as televangelists, at least. Like, there are people who just got so big that, cameras started following them or whatever.
Yeah.
And I can't say that every single one of them, like...
But I wouldn't even call them televangelists. They were just celebrity preachers, like, essentially.
But I don't know, I can't remember the name of that channel, but the channel that, the big channel...
Trinity Network, or Trinity Broadcasting Network.
Yeah, they're right here in Dallas. I drive by their building all the time.
Yeah.
Those guys, like, it's a scam from bottom up. Like, there's nobody there that believes that shit.
Well, that's just kind of my thing. It's like, if you're a televangelist, I'm automatically suspicious because I've had a lot of years now, and I've yet to see a good one that isn't a scam artist of one form or another. They're either trying to get in their parishioners' pants or their wallets, one of the two. Every time.
Well, that's why I'm glad Smitty, like, exists in this way, because, like, that's how it starts. Like, it starts with thinking that you can buy something instead of, going through whatever the process is, like, if there were going to be miracles or whatever, like, the authenticity of it. Trying to, like, instead use money as the means is a way of starting to corrupt. It's sort of like the serpent, you have, maybe it starts in small ways, but you have to nip it in the bud.
Yeah.
That's the lesson of it.
And I don't disagree with you because it is a point of corruption that we now understand through psychology, sociology, and anthropology to be a position of power dynamic that causes it. It has little to do with the money. The money is just the particular tool of the mechanism at that point. Yeah, that level of power dynamic, that level of authority used to get what you want, almost always leads to a horrible outcome. We see this very, very heavily throughout human history, which we will not derail onto because we will not get to a single line of the canto if we do that. And more specifically, in human nature.
You are dangerously close to activating me.
Yeah.
The fucking anarchist, you're talking about how power corrupts? What?
I mean, I'm not an anarchist, but duh.
Right?
I don't know. No, I know you are, but I'm a statist, and even I'm going, duh. Like, yeah, power corrupts. Lord Acton was right when he said it all those years ago. People usually misattribute that one, but it was Lord Acton who said power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And yeah, that's something that I don't think he's the first to coin the concept. He's just the first to coin that phrase. I think this is something we have realized multiple times in history, and it usually leads in the end of certain governments or churches. Just saying. Like, it takes a while, but it happens. Now, that being said, going back to what I was saying, as you can see, we're going to get started reading about Simon Magus almost immediately after our taxi ride by Gary on and our quick descent into the eighth circle here.
Let's be clear. It's not a taxi ride. It's definitely an Uber.
At this point, it's Temu Lyft. It's Temu Lyft because, like, seriously, he flew him down into a hole surrounded by crazy shit that was basically nightmare fuel. Like he basically took them into the hard part of town when they're the good little two-shoe churchgoer and showed them Harlem. Like, but Harlem of hell. It's like, what? No, come on. Like, what the fuck did you just do to these two? Like, Yeah. Timu Lyft. I can't even attack Uber that badly, and Uber sucks. But as we go, the jokes aside, we do get into Simon Magus, who in the Bible was essentially the very quick and dirty way of saying it. He was offering bits of gold for God's power after he saw the miracles performed by the followers of Christ. And in effect, so that he could help his community more, something that he was already doing in his current form through trickery, and then having to do other crap. Essentially, he wanted to be able to help more efficiently. Now, you want to attack him for wanting to buy it? Okay, I'm not going to shame you for that one. But at the same time, I still don't believe that's worthy of place in hell. Let alone worthy of having an entire group of corruption named after your ass that is kind of the antithesis of helping people. Like, it's almost the exact opposite of helping people.
That is a surprising position coming from a communist, I must say.
Why?
I mean, this is the original sin, right? Like, it is like introducing capitalism into religion. I can't think of a more poisonous combination.
Well, for me, it's not that, because Simon's intent was pure. That's
Imagine religion, if it had been able to avoid the profit motive for all these years.
Almost all of them would be super tiny, and we'd have so many of them, even the greatest theologian in history wouldn't be able to remember them all. Yeah.
See, there you go. That sounds better.
Potentially better. I mean, we'll never know, obviously, but that does sound potentially better. That's not to say that they wouldn't have sought power through some other means other than, monetary gain.
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying that's one element, taken out of it.
Yeah.
One step closer to the Federation.
If one person hadn't done it, someone else would have.
Oh, of course,
this
this is original sin type stuff. It's, this is the guy who starts it. Admittedly, somebody else would have started it, but I'm just the idea, the metaphor here at least, is that's the snake of the garden.
I'm just saying, you have pissed off a lot of people saying that simony is original sin. Just saying, there is a lot of Christians who just cringed if they ever see this video.
Yeah, but original sin is like based off of a concept that somebody starts something and then that sin then continues, like it gives birth to something. And there is something to that, right? I mean, obviously, original sin, as the church talks about it, is one particular sin that started, right? The first sin. But I think there's something to the idea that something starts and then it starts getting momentum.
No, and I could. It was just the particular wording you used. I'm sitting there going,
no, I used it on purpose, right? Because the concept of the original sin of Adam's sin is you can see the thinking process behind it, and it would apply to anything that has an origin somewhere, right? So if simony has an origin here, the first time somebody tries to buy their way into a faith tradition, or this particular faith tradition, yeah,
and like I said, I will still say, at least according to the original scriptures, digging through all the Greek and Hebrew and all the fun ways it's been written originally before being translated into English, at least according to everything I can understand from the scriptures around it, a cautionary tale would have been warranted. But this being labeled evil is just silly, because it's like going, well, no, you have good intentions, but the next guy might not, and blaming the first guy for coming up with the idea. That just doesn't make sense to me. Just saying. That seems like a overreaction to the level of potential offense.
Well, it is poetic, right? I can see that you saying that at the literal level, you know? But at some point he becomes a symbol for the idea of doing this.
Yeah, and this would apply only to him, and only if Simon Magus literally existed in the past at some point. Yeah, I mean, obviously, but all those caveats aside, yeah, like cautionary tale. Like this is the guy who's like, well, shit. So you came up with an electric fence. Now some asshole's gonna use it for humans. Like, we I can't blame the guy for trying to come up with a useful idea because his intent was good. Because some asshole later abused it with ill intent. Like I can't blame the concept creator for that. That doesn't make sense.
I'm not gonna lie. Anytime anybody says cautionary tale, I always think of the internet meme of cautionary tale of swords. So if you haven't seen it, you should. It's like early internet meme.
If I have seen it, I've forgotten it because the name is not
Yeah.
ringing a bell with me for some reason right now.
I'll send it to you.
I mean, fair enough, but it just seems like to me, in this particular one, Dante agreed with the church, but it seems like he agreed, especially as we get into the reading. You'll see. Yeah, I think you'll see what I mean. He seems to agree with the church that simony is a sin, and that it is almost hell-worthy or is hell-worthy, depending on the severity therein. But he doesn't blame Simon as heavily because of the way that it's like framed. It is framed as if, yeah, you're here because you're guilty of it, but it's not as horrible as the rest of these assholes who intentionally did it. Which is kind of an interesting thing to think about. Especially, again, 1300s, early 1300s Italy. This is like Howard Stern hitting New York radio for the first time and saying like the 7 words you can't say on radio all in one freaking giant long monologue where each particular word is a syllable of another word so that he was able to say all 7 of them without violating FCC regulations and actually literally causing car accidents from people listening. Like, it's that level of shocking to do this. And for those of you old enough to remember that day, well, hi, fellow old people. I don't know why the fuck you're watching a university tutorial video on an ancient poem, but welcome.
Medieval poem, but yeah.
Ancient is colloquial. I wasn't meaning in ancient times, but yeah. Okay.
1300 still feels like ancient times at this point. So
Well, because ancient is a colloquial thing and a colloquial way we speak about the old times. There is no ancient era. There's not like the Dark Ages, the Renaissance. Like there's no ancient era that we call ancient Greece. 3200 BCE to I think it was 1800 BCE. But that is a derivation of Greek history and as it splits, not how world history splits. Like each individual culture has their ancient time because it's a matter of like proportional
I don't know when
reference.
the cutoff is, but I know like in the West broadly, you would say 6th to 7th century is when the break is from ancient to medieval.
I mean, fair enough.
But that line does move around, right? Like it.
Well, I mean, fair enough if you're going on a literary sense like that. I'm more just say that in most historical senses, each individual culture has an ancient time and is a proportionate value to the length of time that culture has existed almost always. Greek history being one of the oldest ones that we have like consistent living record for, it ends up having an extremely pushed back date of when its ancient period is compared to when, say, ancient North American history starts, where we barely can go back, 6,000 years with archaeological evidence and less than 2,000 years with any kind of written record. It changes things dramatically. Just because of the way they kept written records at that point was in a form of carved wood. And carved wood doesn't survive extremely long periods of time without really intentional preservation practices. Just saying.
I think in the West, would like the ancient world is like to a large degree thought of to have declined with the decline of the Roman Empire.
Well, I'm not going to get off on that tangent because as you say that, I'm like, decline of the Roman Empire. You'd be surprised at how many people think that never happened. Yeah, you'd be shocked how many people actually believe that didn't happen, and essentially we live in this now Roman world that would not have existed if it had not been for
But
Rome
it is
at
true,
all.
like culturally, the inheritance of Rome lives on.
Yeah, but they skip over the step where the entire frickin' empire gets fucking crushed under its own weight because of stupid shit. Like, they skip over that, 120 years of bloodshed and horror, and it didn't happen. It's okay.
Yeah, I agree. It's a little too cute to just deny it, but in that sense, but the EU exists, and it's largely looks a lot like the Roman Empire. So I can see why people have that misconception. You know what I mean?
I would have to go off on that tangent another time because it's like, at least in my evaluation, like the polar opposite of the Roman Empire, because like you could leave.
Yeah.
You have to ask to join. Like, it seems it seems like the antithesis to the Roman Empire rather than the continuation of it.
Saying that like it's it inherits a lot of like sort of cultural aspects of the
Well, but it
like
also inherited a lot of cultural aspects from ancient Greece, from ancient Egypt, from the Golden Age Islam, from the steppe eras of the Hun peoples pushing against the Eastern Orthodox areas of the former Roman Empire. Like all of these things that changed over time are all in European culture at some level of degree. To attribute a vast majority of it to Roman, at least in my opinion, is to whitewash it. There is a much stronger influence on us here in America and perhaps the UK with that history than the rest of Europe does. Even Italy pushes away from this history more now because they have such a wide swath of history and so many influences that they themselves recognize on their own culture.
Sure.
That's all. It seems like almost reductivist to do that to Europe as a whole. Because I'm gonna tell you, when was the last time you were in the Baltics? They don't look a lot like Rome. Just saying. Like in practice or in like the only thing they got is some of the architecture that survived through history when the Romans were there before. But like culturally, like language wise, like government-wise, like none of it lines up. Just saying. But on to the reading, because we have detracted enough, and I don't know how long because of how long the starting soon screen was. We will not know the exact length of this derail, but O Simon Magus, O forlorn disciples, ye who the things of God which ought to be the brides of holiness rapaciously for silver and for gold do prostitute. Now it behooves for you to trumpet sound, because in this third bolgia ye abide. And had already on the following tomb ascended to the portion of the crag, where over the middle of the moat hangs plumb. Wisdom supreme, oh, how great art thou showest in heaven, in earth, and in the evil world, and with what justice doth thy power distribute. I saw upon the sides and on the bottom the livid stone with perforations filled, all of one size, and every one was round. To me less ample seemed they not, for greater than those that in my beautiful St. John's are fashioned for the place of baptizers. Find my mouse cursor, move this. Oops. Let's fix that. Move this. And one of which not many years ago I broke for someone who was drowning in it, and this a seal all men to undeceive. Okay. So, like, as we are getting into this, I'm actually going to see if I can get an image of this, because crap, trying to find good images without crap, click the wrong one.
I thought we were frozen for a second. Mainly because you stopped talking and...
Well, no, I'm looking for...
Wait, you stopped talking and Desperado's picture was the main one up for me? And he
Oh.
was like statuesque.
Yeah, he does that. It freaks me out too every once in a while. Okay, I can't find the pictures of the alcoves quickly, and I don't want to go too far off, but like St. John's Cathedral, there are alcoves that each alcove has like a little plinth of holy water. It looks like a baptism factory. It is fucking weird. Like, there's this little section of the church where there's like I forget how many now because it's been so many years, but there's a certain number of alcoves on each side of the room, and each one is basically an area to baptize somebody, and you could baptize like 10, 20 people at a time in doing it this way. And I'm just like, it's really weird. So the way he's describing this is, he's giving these alcoves roughly a 6x8 dimension, but they're round, like they're rounded arches because, you know, obviously building in stone, you have to build for strength when you're near the ground level, all that. But they're little 6x8 cells with a little plinth of holy water in it is what he's describing here. That's kind of a interesting visualization, because essentially what he's describing, like as you look around this big round area that you're in, it kind of sounds like a beehive or like inside of a honeycomb, just round instead of hexagonal. That where each one of these scenes are shown, and I did find that interesting. But going back up to here to defend my earlier point before we derailed too heavily, like as you look at this, he brings up Simon Magus and he brings up the forlorn disciples. But when you actually look at the way this is worded, he is attacking the people who have actually sold the miracles for silver and gold. He only uses Simon Magus to articulate that this is the sin without saying simony as a phrase that I'm guessing was probably ridiculously hard to rhyme in Italian. Best guess I got on that one. And obviously it's a poem, so he's not going to be that literal. But like, he doesn't really attack Simon in this. Everything's hard to rhyme in Italian.
No, it's because they have word endings. So, like, Simonia has got to be easy to rhyme.
I mean,
Right?
if you only count the final uttered syllable as opposed to a sequence of 2 or 3 syllables, like most people who try to do rhymes that don't end up sounding very forced.
One of the things about Italian is because everything rhymes, it's notoriously difficult to write poetry, because if everything rhymes, then you don't have any like principle of limitation in terms of what you can choose. So it becomes like analysis paralysis to do rhymes.
Maybe this just comes from my lack of knowing Italian directly, but like maybe, but I wouldn't have that problem if I were to really take my time. I mean, obviously, I'm not like culture like conversationally fluent anymore. But if I were to take my time and write a poem in Latin, I'm pretty sure I could still do it, despite it being in the proto language that the Italian is based on, and it having roughly the same kind of connotations, where depending on the tense and the particular like emphasis you want to put on certain words, you can make almost anything rhyme.
Right.
I don't think I'd have that issue, and there's a lot of Latin poetry out there, so like I don't know. Maybe this is just me like having a argument from incredulity, but it sounds like that's a defense from people trying to make it sound more grandiose than it is, because Latin languages would, at least in my opinion, make it infinitely easier with their greater fluidity of what can rhyme, because those suffixes are usually 2 or 3 syllables long in many cases, and would therefore be able to have that more natural flow that our ears are used to hearing, as opposed to a single syllable rhyme, which can be very jarring at times if done at the end of the wrong word.
Yeah, I just think when you have like more choices, that makes it that much harder to like find, figure out. Like I've always found like sonnets to be super easy because they're so restrictive in what you can use that the few words that are available to you sound more impressive to the reader because rhyming and matching you know meter um, combined like reduces your choices considerably. So when you find a match, it just instinctively feels impressive to the reader because sort of like when you rhyme by accident. I'm a poet and didn't know it,
I
but
mean,
my feet show it. They're Longfellows.
and for those of you in the audience, because we skip weeks and I forget to do this, that joke is particularly good because we are reading from the Longfellow translation, and these guys like to give me shit about it because Longfellow is cumbersome at times in his
Well,
wording.
let's just say his last name applies.
Yes.
Yes, he is a long fellow indeed.
Well, and he's writing to a particular time period where the particular poetic choices he chose sound and feel very alien to our modern English speaking.
Hell, I'm pretty sure it was pretty alien to that that time period.
I mean, without a time machine, I don't know, but a lot of contemporaries wrote like him, so maybe.
I'm just gonna believe it's true.
Yeah, I mean, for headcanon's sake, I could get that, but at the same time, I'm just gonna be like, he was the God, what was his name? I can't think of the other guy's name now, but he's the counterpart to Sagan. Is the best way to put it.
Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Too young.
What? What do you
That's-
mean?
No. The reason I say it is, Sagan was the extremely beautiful speaker, the way that was able to articulate everything well. There was another scientist that was a contemporary of Sagan. I can't remember his name now, but basically, he would make everything, even the most simple explanation, sound so ridiculously boring because of how technical he got. It would get.
Feynman?
No, it was another guy who was on like the PBS channels. Jesus Christ, could you imagine Feynman doing a PBS channel and not being entertaining? Jesus Christ, that man was insane. He'd be absolutely interesting to watch him like read a book. The dude was crazy as hell in the best way, not in a bad way, but like
Sometimes in a bad way.
okay. I had to think about that one for a second. as as he would be on a TV show, I can't imagine it would be too horrible.
Okay,
Like,
fair enough. Yes, in a purely public, okay, I don't want to get off on this tangent.
yeah, yeah. I had to think about it for a second because I was like, oh yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, that was, oh yeah, yeah. Feynman had some problems.
Yeah, but we'll leave it at that.
But his students,
I'm having
when he was a
trouble thinking of
professor,
who you're
loved him.
talking about.
Yeah, I can't think of it right now. I'll think of it fucking near the end of the show, probably. But there was a guy who would do these other ones, and it was basically, it was, if you took the thesaurus and chose the longest word for every possible synonym you could, and put that into a sentence, that was how this guy spoke.
Oh, Chomsky. That's who you're talking about. Okay, sorry. I totally got it. Yeah, definitely.
Well, he is old enough to be everyone's contemporary, so yeah.
At this point, Jesus.
Yeah, and even Lao Tzu. So
We did a Chomsky case in 1982. So.
yeah, he was emeritus at that point.
He ran. He was. He'd already had a long career, but he'd already done his like big thing politically, at least, which was East Timor.
Here's the thing, maybe jokes aside, because like I said, I won't remember the guy's name right now because it's not coming to me, but Chomsky is, let's just put it this way, he has some really great ideas half the time, and the other time, like most humans, he can produce utter fucking dog shit like the rest of us. And he is unfortunately overinflated because when he gets it right, he gets it so right. But he is also one of those assholes that when he gets it wrong, god damn it, does he get it wrong. Like, it's
But whether he gets it wrong or right, the lexicon he uses is probably not used by modern humans whatsoever.
except for when he was maybe 20, yeah. He speaks like he did when he was 20 and everybody else was still wearing top hats, yes.
Right.
I mean, to continue the joke.
His verbiage he uses confuses the shit out of AI, so.
His verbiage confuses the shit out of fucking English linguists.
He is one, though. He's got a PhD in grammar.
I know! That's my point. It's like he's trying to make everything hard mode in everything he writes. He's not much better to listen to because he speaks like he writes.
Yeah.
But,
It results in a Lynchian world.
I am not as
Given
much
that-
of a Lynch fan as you and Lethe are, but yeah, that sucks.
But I will say that David Lynch would have made an excellent Divine Comedy. Like if he had made this into a movie.
I don't know about that one. Maybe. It would really depend on who his DP was. Because like this would be, your director of photography would be so important on a movie like this. It'd be so fucking important on a movie like this.
I mean, the Red Room alone, you know.
The only requirement I would ask for is that anytime they meet an angel, it must be a biblically accurate one.
I mean,
and Lynch, I think, would have done a great biblically accurate angel.
Oh, that I'll agree with. And now he has firsthand knowledge if that plane exists.
Right. Yeah.
He'll have actually seen that shit in person, so to speak. Jokes aside, so it sucks that he passed away, but
It'll be in the level dedicated to cigarette smokers.
Honestly, like when we get to it, I honestly do not believe that, like, theology aside, all that other crap aside, even if I put back on my Catholic hat from when I was a kid, if that God exists, because we now know that the Bible has all kinds of problems. So if that God exists, the Bible's fucking wrong. And if he's a good God, I do not think he'd punish somebody just for not believing in it. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. So, people who just don't happen to be theologically inclined, who happen to be good people and produce great works that help millions of people around the world, like out of depressions and find their voices and things like that. I do not think they would be punished with eternal damnation for going, I don't believe in you. I don't.
Didn't Vatican II fix that?
If you're Catholic, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. But let's be honest, that's a dwindling number these days, and the growing number of Christians are the other kind that take this a little bit more harshly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just
I get what you're saying. I'm just saying that, like, that there are certain sects of Christianity that have found workarounds.
yeah, like the one that
I mean,
your family found that said Vatican II doesn't exist. Yeah, they found a workaround for this one real quick.
yeah, I'm just saying, like the Catholic Church with its loopholes. I mean, they could write tax code easily.
I am assuming this, by the way. I am not saying this for certain. I am assuming this. But I'm thinking with a little bit of research, I could prove they probably did.
Yeah. Well, I mean, tithing is a thing and was a thing for many, many, many
Well,
years.
what I was going to get to is we could go all the way back to medieval and ancient times when they would offshoot banking and taxes and things to other religions so that they could keep their hands clean, and we could do.
Yeah.
I think with a little bit of research, I might be able to prove that they actually did create tax code.
Well, we might get into this. One of the popes that are in hell.
Yeah, that was
Canto.
Yeah, but I just hadn't thought about, did they create it? I just knew they were guilty of it. I didn't think about it until you said it. Did they create it? That being said, hold on. That being said, I gotta scroll up this a little bit. Going to the final tercet that I read, the way that this is coming to it, it is a poetic wording that mirrors other things from the 13th and 14th centuries that would have been things that Dante absolutely would have read. Well, early 13th century that he absolutely would have read, where hell was the undeceiving place. And this was a poetic wording because it was there that you were revealed to have believed wrongly.
Mm-hmm.
And the way he words it would be very confusing to most people in modern times, because most people in modern times think of hell as like the dark place full of lies and all that shit. When the reality of it is it's the revelation that no, you were lied to on earth and you fucked up. Like, that was the whole point. It's the undeceiving place. And I wanted to make sure I pointed it out because it is a turn of phrase that is passed out of usage within colloquial English and will mean something very different today than it did in Dante's time.
Yeah.
That being said, who would like to pick up the next part of the reading? Unless you guys have something to add, because I don't think there's a whole lot to add in the first part beyond that.
What line are we at?
I don't have the numbers because for some reason Miro didn't save my numbers. We're on out of the mouth of each. Hold on.
Line 22.
Thank you, Angel.
Okay, just tell me when to stop then, I guess.
If that's 22, it looks like... Looks like 34, if I'm counting those right.
Okay.
The last line he'd read would be, I said, and whom a red flame is sucking.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, out of the mouth. Hold on, I gotta make this a little bit bigger. Yeah. Out of the mouth of each one of these protruded the feet of a transgressor, and the legs up to the calf, the rest remained. And all of the soles were both on fire, wherefore the joints so violently quivered they would have snapped asunder. Withes and bands?
Particular type of construction of carriages. So basically, fall apart. Just
Even as the name of unctuous things is wont to move upon the outer surface only, so likewise was it there from heel to point. Master, who is that one who writhes himself more than his other comrades quivering? I said, and whom a redder flame is a sucking.
Okay, and yeah, actually, the reason I wanted to stop here is because Longfellow's note is really unimpressive, but I wanted to ask you, because you always go to Sayers and Musa. What does Sayers and Musa say about here? Because reading this, so many people have interpreted this so many ways, I don't know who has it right. And I did not go back and reread the commentaries this week, unfortunately.
Yeah, I actually don't have... I don't have the notes on this one for some reason. I thought I did.
Oh, okay.
But let me. I can just easily click and get to them.
Yeah, because like this one, the way this is said, it seems to be significant and enough to where pretty much everyone comments on it, but like the arguments over what it means are pretty dramatic, especially depending on when the commentary is written about it.
Which line is this now?
I said, and whom a redder flame is sucking. The whole tercet is, Master, who is that one who rides himself more than his other comrades quivering? I said, and whom a redder flame is sucking. So, describing a if we are looking at the actual like effects of flame, a cooler flame than the rest of them, since but I'm sure this is meant to mean hotter back then.
Yeah.
I'm sure it has to be because of the emphasis that's placed on it. But like I don't understand that, because sucking a flame in hell, everyone's sucking flame. What the fuck's a redder flame in hell? You know, like, what does that mean when literally from top to bottom you're getting ash and like embers in your lungs when you breathe? You know what I mean? I don't understand this. This makes no sense to me. And I looked at the Italian and it didn't help me at all.
Well, so Musa talks about how the flame is a juxtaposition with baptism. So ordinarily in this situation, you would be, coming into contact with water, and in this case, it's fire.
But you don't drink water in a baptism. Why would you? That's what I mean. That doesn't make sense to me either. Because you don't get baptism by drinking the fucking holy water. It's not.
But the thing is like, if you're talking about original baptisms meant you were entirely submerged. So
Yeah.
in this case, the person like is fully engulfed in flame, and they're perpetually engulfed in flame, which means that they're going to have to breathe at some point at the same time.
Well, that I get, but what I'm saying is, at least by this description,
Kind of drowning in flame, one might say.
But again, then it brings me back to what's a redder flame in this connotation? Like what? Because redder, especially in Italy in the 1300s, is almost synonymous with passion and anger.
Well, so here's the translation. So he says he's sucking out flame, right? But then Musa's translation says that he is licked by a redder flame. So instead,
and Musa always tries to go more.
Oh, and the flame is doing the sucking, not the person. So yeah. So that means, okay, that's consistent.
I mean, yeah, and Musa always tries to go more like literal as opposed to poetic in his translation. So yeah, I can see that.
also like changes it a bit and says a readier fire washes. So he's being washed by fire. So these are all things.
And the thing is
water.
when you break it to the Latin root, all of those could be applicable. So yeah, that works.
Yeah.
How about the Italian?
The
He's
Italian
using the language of water to describe fire. That's what's happening.
Yeah, the Italian succia is basically the third person or indicative of to suck. So
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, all of them could be accurate depending on
Cognate too.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it just seems like a particular word choice is due to the ambiguity of the word in 14th century Italian. Gotcha. That's fine.
And it could be just like a cultural implication for Italian at that time, where the idea of being engulfed in flame itself could have been the term like sucking used to be that term to describe that.
It would be really funny if essentially 14th century Italy recreated 18th century or 1980 slang of things sucking being a bad thing.
Yeah.
But I think this is probably more a action of the flame upon the body as opposed to this sucks. Like, it would be really funny if I'm wrong, and you're right.
Right.
But I don't know. To me, it just feels like, again, the redder flame, he's trying to delineate him from the pack. So again, if this is all, they're all engulfed in flame, and this is a redder flame, what does a redder flame mean to a hotter flame? Well, a hotter flame, as Ancom and I are both going in our head, isn't redder. That would be that's definitely not the way we want to go for hotter. So like
the other thing is that when you're looking at red as itself, like if I'm not mistaken, especially like in like Catholic teaching, like red is like a color for passion. So
and it comes from 11, 12, and 1300s Italy, as this was the cultural norm that had existed there, where red and purple were royal, very extremely expensive colors, only used to delineate these extremely powerful emotions because of their expense, so on and so forth. Yeah. Like that cultural norm spread throughout Europe from this time period. So yeah. That's what, but like, if it's just more passionate flame, again, that doesn't make sense. This is simony. This isn't the circle for that. It just seems weird. It seems like, for me...
No, I just think he's getting more of a divine punishment. Like, his sin must have been worse, which is why the flame is even redder with him, right? Like, the lines before it, Master, who is that writhing wretch who lashes out harder than all the rest of his company?
No.
So the punishment is happening
Well,
worse.
that's how I got to the conclusion that they meant hotter flame. Like, the flame was worse. But the color's wrong. We've known flame color for longer than most European countries have existed.
Yeah, that doesn't mean...
No, well, flame color is definitely necessary to do any form of blacksmithing.
Yeah,
so
like
unless and we're talking like Iron Age at least with what's going on here. So
I doubt they ever achieved white flame in that time period, but they absolutely achieved blue flame. They would have had to work with iron and steel like they ended up doing.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those things. It's just like it seems like this is an intentional choice that the commentaries all agree that it's a worse punishment, but in Dante's time period, this would, to me, be important. He's not just delineating a worse punishment. If he is using red, and from what I was able to translate, he is, a more reddish flame to him wouldn't be heat. That would almost mean he's trying to imply like a intentionality, like a purposeful intent of the flame. like infernal flames operate on a different metric than normal mortal flames do. And with the surrealist landscape that he has laid out in the 18 cantos previously, this seems to be him trying to do that again, but in a way that, to me, from when I read his contemporaries, I don't understand what impact it would have had. Like, he did it for a reason, but his contemporaries didn't speak like this. Like, when you look at other poems from the late 12 and early 1300s, if they're using rhetoric to indicate worse, it is always the passion of the Punisher.
Well, let me ask this question here, okay? And this is just like for like with hell itself, okay?
Mhm.
So in this case here with the flame, is he like burning to a crisp and then coming back and burning again, or is he just perpetually burning?
It's not described well enough to form that conclusion one way or the other. I have no clue.
Because if it is a redder flame, that could mean that the burning punishment for him is longer and more sustained.
Smoldering
over
instead
being-
of torching.
Yes.
Perhaps.
I'm just
yeah.
saying, like, this is one way to interpret it.
No, and that's a fair point that I hadn't thought of. Because you brought up a point, because there is not a level of description necessary to determine what's actually happening to their bodies. They're just engulfed in flame. Like, it doesn't say, is their skin blackening? Is it crisp? It doesn't say any of that. I have no clue. Maybe
is this a Promethean torture, or is this a what is it, like a consistent torture?
Yeah, is it Promethean or Sisyphean?
Yeah,
I don't know, and I guess that's a question more for our current Catholic. Based on your understanding of Catholic teachings, which would you think it to be?
Well, I mean, we do also have Sayer's translation, right? So, and she says she describes it as a ruddy color.
Well, that's
but
ruddiness
is still reddish.
That's just a different word for ruddy.
Ruddy is specifically the shade of red that appears on your cheeks when you're when you're blushing, essentially. So it is like we're being, at least for Sayers, we're being reminded of the flesh.
I mean, yeah, I was just more meaning with your, because you still believe in Catholic teachings, would you think that this torture would be the Promethean, i.e. they burn to a crisp, are reinvigorated, and then have to go through it again? Or Sisyphean, as in
wasn't Prometheus just ripped apart by harpies consistently?
It was a vulture or eagle that ate his liver every day, and his liver grew back every day. Or Sisyphean, where the skin and bones and all that don't change; they just suffer the pain thereof.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell for the text, and I don't think. I mean,
I'm saying by Catholic teachings, because I think we went over the text doesn't.
I don't think Catholic teachings would pick a side on that. Although, like, my implication of hell is unchanging makes me think that thing. I don't know. There's plenty of people in hell who are healed and then tortured all over again. So that could clearly be.
Which is why I think both Despy and I are now kind of thinking about which is this, because he does both depending on which point we are in hell. Dante is not universal.
That's what I'm saying, is because both of these things exist in hell anyway. There's no theological reason to pick one over the other if the text is being clear.
Yeah, I couldn't think of one either. And I thought maybe that was just because of my lack of belief in Catholic teachings anymore. I thought maybe you'd be able to find something.
Maybe the Holy Spirit can give me the answer. I don't know.
well, or more, because you still believe, you would have a slightly different interpretation of it. Like, it was just one of those things of kind of hoping to figure out something with this one, because it just seems like.
Yeah, it's always good to clarify the literal level where you can, but I don't think there's textual evidence here.
Okay. So
well, I'm just saying that could possibly be just an interpretation, that it's more of a Promethean punishment than a Sisyphean punishment. And if that's the case, a redder flame would just mean that they're burned for
Yeah.
longer periods of time.
And if that's the case, yeah, that sucks. That's some Anakin on the fucking banks of the lava river shit right there. Just to give
Yep.
you a visual for you youngins that you might actually fucking be able to imagine. Because I can't think of too many other times where somebody's burnt to a crisp and lives like this. Well, I mean, they're dead, but you get the point. Have to survive in their mortal form.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so we went through that. The part you actually tripped me up with that one, Rich. Ruddy is the thing that is just specifically the color of blushing. I have never heard anybody say that particular thing because ruddy to me was always the color of rusty mud, which is the first time I ever read that word as a descriptor. It was describing the rusty mud around forges.
OED, but to find out like when it splits off into other usages. But apparently, ruddy is primary usage is to describe like a blushing cheek.
Oh yeah, I'm not arguing with you. It just tripped me up because I'm just like I've always associated with that because it was Burroughs. I was reading Burroughs and he describes the rusty mud of wet Martian Earth, and like the way that's described is a ruddy mud. So I've always associated it with like that wet, rusty, like red. When I've like pictured that color in my head.
Sure. Yeah, I can see it.
I
mean, but often like those other things are being compared to the color of a flushing cheek, apparently. At least that's one way to look at the word.
Yeah, I just it just kind of tripped me because you know how it goes. Every once in a while, somebody will say something. It's just like, wait, what? Okay, so that was 34. So we're on 35 now. And come, since I know you have the lines lined up, it'll be easier for you to follow the numbers, and I'll just follow along for Despy and I.
All right.
35 to...
Oh,
I can still hear you. I need to go grab something real quick. I'll be right back.
That work. So
recall him so that death may be delayed.
Yeah, because well, because that will stop us before we get to Boniface. So yeah, we'll go to there.
Okay. And he to me, if thou wilt have me bear thee down there along the bank which lowest lies, from him thou'lt note his errors and himself. And I, what pleases thee to me is pleasing. Thou art my lord, and knowest that I depart not from thy desire, and knowest what is not spoken. Straightway upon the fourth dyke we arrived. We turned, and on the left-hand side descended down the bottom, full of holes and narrow. And the good master yet from off his haunch deposed me not, till to the hole he brought me, of him who so lamented with his shanks. Whoe'er thou art, that standest upside down, O doleful soul, implanted like a stake, to say began I, if thou canst speak out. I stood even as the friar who is confessing, the false assassin who, when he is fixed, recalls him, so that death may be delayed.
Okay, so, hi Barbie. You cannot lick my face, I'm trying to talk. As we are going through, like, this particular section, it is a particular, imagery that I'm getting from this. This is the holes near the bottom of the wall where the alcoves narrow because they have to, because he's giving you the visualization. Stop it. He's giving you the visualization of the cathedral as before, so he's giving you that arch upon arch type view. As we get to... Stop it. Damn it. Fucking dog. Made me lose my train of thought. As he's describing this, he's trying to give you the impression of, like, the severity of this, the way this person views their punishment, so to speak. It is not just they are being punished in hell. They seem to be the visualization that Dante is giving is that this is a person who not only like is being punished but resents the punishment by the word usage. And to a point, I can kind of understand it, because in this particular layer of hell, the way that Dante describes everyone, and even the popes that he puts in here, which is fucking, shocking for his time period, as I keep pointing out, he does so in a way where he considers this almost one of those logical sins, where he considers most men will fall for it. He still considers it a horrible sin, hence the depth of hell at which he places these individuals. But the way he words it, resenting this level of hell as your punishment for something that all men could fall to, I can understand why the people here would resent it, because that seems like unjust punishment when, in the eyes of the Catholic Church, the creator, the person who created absolutely everything and everyone and all rules, etc., somehow created us in a way where most humans, most people throughout history would fall victim to this sin. And it is one of the ones punished the worst. That seems almost like a, how to put this? Intentional obsolescence built into the individual, to put it into modern terminology. An intentional flaw created in the design so that it fails. I can understand why Dante, even if he agrees with the Catholic Church that this is a horrible sin, would put the mindset of the people into this as resenting said punishment. And I think it's valuable to point out that that would be very shocking in 1301 fucking Italy to say, we say shit worse than this nowadays, but when he's saying this is shocking to say. Go on.
Wouldn't most of the sinners resent their sins?
Oh, like no, but resenting
hell?
No, see, that's the thing. Some members of hell that we have passed don't resent their place in hell. They ask Dante to carry messages for them. They will ask for bits of news from the overworld, things like that. They don't fucking think about it in some cases. It's just, this is where I am. Like, the resentment or the acceptance of your punishment seems to be individually based, at least in the way that Dante shows it, as opposed to a universally applicable rule. So I can understand why you would resent being so deeply cast into hell for essentially, what we talked about in, Canto 3, when we're talking about lust. This is something that most humans fall to. That is higher in hell. That is one of those least punished of the deadly sins, so on and so forth. Yet this one puts you deeper and is equally likely to be based on human nature and society's nature. To the juxtaposition of where you're bookending these circles is, I can understand the resentment. It makes sense.
Well, maybe, yeah. Well, I mean, like, if you're thinking about this from like a Catholic perspective, if someone like understands like the Catholic position on like God and punishment and all of these different things, and God putting you in this level of hell, the fact that you're resenting the place that you're in hell also means that you're resenting God's actions.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was
which
I said, but it was kind of my point too. Yeah, it makes sense,
right? No, but the thing is that like I think that not only is it the sin of the sin that they're committing, but also the resentment that puts them down that far.
I mean, I suppose
like a dual sin.
Yeah, but this
like
seems
a double
like
sin almost.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, but essentially, what that's saying is, okay, you died. We're gonna punish you for all your sins.
Yep.
You're not technically, according to Catholic doctrine, able to sin after death. Yet, your resentment of the punishment that you were given after your death somehow lands you lower in hell. It just seems like double jeopardy getting you on that one.
Hey, you know something? All I'm gonna say, and I've said this for many, many cantos thus far, the Lord works in mysterious ways. I'm just saying, like, the thing is like I'm thinking about this. Okay, so somebody dies, goes to hell. Okay, they committed this sin, the simony sin. Okay, they get to Minos, and Minos is like, "We're putting you in the seventh ring." What? Yeah, you're going to the seventh ring. This is unfair. I was like, well, that's the reason why you're going to the seventh ring.
Well, eighth, but yes.
Or eighth ring of hell.
Yeah, I mean, I get you. Maybe, I don't know. Like, see, to me, it just seems, I didn't even, like, get into, like, that level of it, because to me, this made perfect sense that even as a Catholic, like, we're trying to put myself into the 14th century Catholic mindset, that the idea that two sins that are quite literally designed into the human experience that are so natural to succumb to, that almost all humans, when put into the position at the right time of their life, would succumb to it.
Well, all I can say to you, Jack, is prudence, my good man. Prudence.
When I'm going through this, it would be a resentment that I understand, and therefore, when we look at the other artifices of the way that the Catholics think of God in this way, this would then be not a traditional pushing, especially with the way Dante puts out the concept of contrapassos. They themselves put themselves in the deeper portion of hell, not God. So they are resenting God for something not. But Dante doesn't put that position here like he does at every other contrapasso indication. And I find that interesting. It seems not unique, but every time he seems to do something slightly different than he has set up previously, there seems to be a significance to it that may be lost to us, but should have been societally shocking to read.
There's a pattern here, right? Because these are like, as we're about to find out, there's multiple popes, but also there's one that's not there yet. It's Boniface, and like briefly, Dante thinks that that's Boniface. I don't know. I guess all the popes are dressed alike, like they wear those robes and stuff. So he's like, "Oh, Boniface, you're already here," which implies that Dante expects Boniface to arrive there when he dies, but Boniface is still alive while this is written. So the Pope that is currently Pope has been placed in hell by Dante as well. So you can see how controversial this might have been.
Yeah, and
Also, just for pronunciation consistency, since we've been saying Beatrice, it's
Boniface.
Boniface.
Yeah.
Malebolge.
Yeah, Boniface is how most of us here in the West say it, but it is Boniface. Um, and that's something I was corrected on by fucking priest when I was a kid, no less. Because we had
Although
one
to
of
be fair,
those.
in the Italian, it's Bonifacio.
I didn't know they changed the spelling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, in the original
Well,
Italian.
technically, we
poem,
changed the spelling, but yeah.
Yes,
Well,
but yeah,
they, meaning the people who did it hundreds of fucking years ago when it was translated into English. When the name was
Well,
translated into English.
his actual name in Latin was Bonifatius.
Okay. Yeah, that's something I didn't even know even after doing research into the prick. Interesting. Like, pretty much everywhere you read about him in, like, scholarly shit, it's just Boniface.
You just add the O to everything, you know. That's what
Yeah.
Bonifacio the Eighth, though.
It has long been my opinion that we should not translate proper names because it's silly and
Yes and no. It depends on if the proper name is in itself translated by the user. So there are certain ones that, like, as our good friend Rich will point to you, when he goes to certain places, he's Rico. Because of the way that they associate with particular names. I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem when we do it on a scholarly level. Colloquially, it makes sense.
yeah. The fact that we call him Jesus when his name was closer to Joshua it has always bothered me.
Yeah, like try explaining that to most evangelicals that it's actually Yeshua, and they'd fucking lose their mind.
Hey, I'm just saying.
We shouldn't say Ajax. We should say Aias. You know, you shouldn't say Achilles. You should say Aphaleos.
Well, there's times where, like, if I am talking about the history, it's Julius Caesar. If I'm talking about, like, the way that rest of the people view that particular point in history, it's Julius Caesar.
Right.
Like,
and, you know, just for shorthand, we're gonna say Caesar, right? Like, most of the time. So, like,
well, because like if I start saying Kaiser, people are going to start thinking I mean fucking Wilhelm, and there's going to be some confusion there.
That's why he's the Kaiser, because Kaiser just means Caesar.
Yeah.
Why don't we just change this whole thing and then make everybody just say, you know, instead of saying Confucius, have them say Kung Fu Zi, and see how well, you know, that goes over instead of Confucius.
Lao Tzu, Kung Fu Tzu. Yeah.
No, but you got to get the inflections right.
Oh, true. Yeah, I do forget about the tonality of Mandarin.
Tonality
if I ever want
of
to kill time
Mandarin.
in class, I'll just start pronouncing like my students' Chinese names and then have them correct me all day long.
Yep.
Wait a minute, it's pronounced this? No. You didn't get it. It's and they just go round and round for like minutes at a time.
Yeah, because they're sorry to derail us once more, but there's actually research that people who don't speak tonal languages actually cannot hear the tonal differences in tonal languages without a lot of practice. Like, it's not just that they don't know how to. Yeah, it's not just that they don't don't understand the difference. They don't actually register it in their brain unless you go real slow and real
Yep.
The research.
It's one of those specialized autism required suits.
Well, it's not just that. Like, part of the research that he's talking about what was doing a lot with university kids, obviously, because that's who ends up in a lot of these studies for obvious reasons. Yeah,
I took a year of Mandarin in university. I could hear the differences.
Well, but what I was going to point to is you probably would have heard the differences anyways, because part of the research showed that people in highly expressive like modalities of teaching, like drama and speech and debate, we're able to hear it because of the way that they modify their modality of speech for performance. So
Yeah,
they're
well,
used
I
to
mean, the other thing
tonality
is-
because of their own creation of it.
The other thing is I'd already taken 3 years of Japanese by that point, and now I was learning another language
Oh.
on top of that. So
Oh,
I took
Jesus, yeah.
I did a summer intensive course with Chinese, so I did the what is it? I did 1 year in a matter of 2 months for first year Chinese.
Fucking masochist. Like honestly,
Hey,
okay, for
it's
those of
okay.
you in the audience who are from Europe and don't understand what this is like for us monolingual motherfuckers, over here in the West, and for those of you who have never learned another language, this is equally going to make sense to you. It is easier to learn a language by me dropping you into a country you've never heard of where they speak a language you have literally never heard a single syllable spoken of than what he just described doing. Fucking masochist.
Hey, I passed with an 80% in the class, so
You're still a masochist, my friend. Jesus Christ.
They should have just dropped Duolingo packets into the Tower at Babel. Would have saved a lot of time.
You're gonna be good. Okay, so as we were about to get into the popes, these are going to be slightly shorter sections because we are going to have to talk about Boniface, and especially because there's more than one Boniface, and we have to be specific about which one we're talking about because most people in history don't know what. Yeah, the eighth.
Boniface, or the 8th. So
people don't realize this, that aren't Catholic. And I have the sneaky suspicion that most people who end up watching this aren't Catholic because they wouldn't need this level of explanation when reading Dante, so they would have skipped over our videos.
I wouldn't say that. I would say there's probably a lot of Catholics that kind of slept through catechism.
I'm not saying that's not true. I'm just saying,
yeah.
But most of them aren't going to need our level of explanation. They're going to need a different type of video. And most Catholics are going to have a big problem with the way that I talk and Rich doesn't get offended at, especially here in America. So I have the sneaky suspicion that most people who are watching us, if they are Christian, are probably non-denominational or Protestant in nature, and most of the people who end up watching us are university kids or friends of ours who just don't tell me they watch us. Just to be honest with you. Mm-hmm. We average 40 to 50 views per video over time, just stretches out over weeks. I have the sneaky suspicion that's probably what it is. If a university kid's finding us, they're probably not a Catholic, or if they are absolutely a cafeteria Catholic and did not pay attention to shit.
Easter, Christmas.
Yes. If you're lucky, Mass, or Christmas Eve Mass. If you're lucky, you get 2 days in December.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're absolutely one of those. And I don't, please don't find this offensive because, I'm glad you found it. I'm glad you learned it. But at the same time, I don't think most Catholics are going to be watching us. Let's just be honest. Especially American Catholics. The shit that I say would piss them off to no end alone. Just that.
Rural Catholics maybe. I don't know if it would piss off like city Catholics as much.
Oh no! One of these days, I'll ask my freaking aunt who's still alive, and we'll see how she reacts to it.
I'm just saying, the way rural Catholics approach Catholicism and the way city Catholics approach Catholicism is starkly different.
No, you're not wrong. I don't talk to many Catholics anymore, especially where I live now. Yeah, there's a few Catholic churches around, but let's just put it this way.
Your heater's going off again, just so you know.
Well, Daredevil is a priest. I did not
Say
know
what
that.
now?
Daredevil is a
I,
priest.
I didn't know
I
he
thought he
was
was a
a
lawyer.
priest. No, he's
Yeah,
both.
he's a lawyer, but he became a priest relatively recently in the comics.
Oh, I didn't know he
Oh,
became a priest. I know
I
back
think he did
in
it to exorcise a demon or something. I don't know. So there was a weird religious arc that happened recently where Kingpin was possessed by demons or whatever. And
interesting.
so Daredevil had to take care of that.
Well,
that John
I was gonna
Constantine
say,
isn't in the Marvel universe.
yeah. What I was gonna point out was, it was late Copper Age, I think. I'm pretty sure. Daredevil doesn't become a priest, but he does like kind of do like seminary for a short time in the comics. So I was like, yeah, he trained for it. I didn't think he ever took vows though. But if he took vows recently, that's something I
Yeah,
haven't
that's
Like
read.
relatively recent. Yeah,
like
maybe
became
he
like
went
a
back to
deacon,
where-
maybe.
No, priest, like full on priest.
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking about where Jack was talking.
No, he
about
gave
the-
up. He just gave up after a time. He was just doing it to. I forget exactly who he had fought, but he fought somebody, and one of the bystanders died, and he felt super guilty about it, and he was basically thinking about taking vows, giving up Daredevil.
That may
And-
happen in the show too, like because he retires as Daredevil for apparently he's retired. It's somewhere in between She-Hulk and now. He killed somebody and felt he crossed the line, so he retired. I wonder
So-
if in that interregnum they'll have him take his vows in the show as well, so that he matches the comics. I don't know, but
I'm trying to remember.
an appropriate time
Um,
for it.
What is it? Nightcrawler. Is Nightcrawler a priest or is he a monk?
Monk.
Well, I don't know what he is, other than I know he's Catholic, but
Yeah.
he may be a priest as well.
If I
Also, I find
remember
it
correctly,
interesting-
he is a Dominican monk.
I find it interesting that Rich used the term interregnum, since that refers to the period between kings.
Yeah, yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay, well, I have to take her out because she's doing her thing.
Daredevil is the king of Hell's
So perhaps we should take a short interregnum.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say I'll put us on. Be right back.
I guess the king of Hell's Kitchen would be Kingpin, right? Like literally Kingpin.
Yeah.
He's fucked up, so it keeps reliving the event over and over.
Mhm.
He's constantly like 10 minutes from having witnessed everything.
But that's consistent in the comics.
Oh, yeah.
Like quite literally, like I can go pull like the stacks that I have upstairs, and
Yeah.
like you sift through, and you go every 5 or 6 pages. There's a flashback of some kind.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, he was never Norvisordo in the comics. It is never shown that way. And he was just a loving guy. He wasn't exactly fucking not killing people before this point. He just wasn't
No.
doing it as a vigilante.
Right? No, like I'm not saying that he didn't kill people. What I'm saying is that his ideals as a family man were entirely different than that of him as a as a vigilante.
He was able to keep
Like,
that was
there-
always somewhere in him, but he was able to keep it in check before.
Well,
Yeah.
no. See, that's. I think this is where people like forget what he did before he became the Punisher. Like that's part of it. Like people forget how many people he had killed before then on orders.
Yeah, in Vietnam.
Yeah, but the argument is he was still capable of love at that point.
And
Yeah.
he's still he. That's the thing. He never stops being capable of it. He stops being willing to, because of
Yeah.
the fact that he is afraid that if anybody he ever loves again, now that he has become a vigilante, they will be the next target.
Yep.
That's like it's not he
Tell
is
you what,
broken
dating him
and capable.
Not be a good idea.
Well, I mean, it's not even just like dating him. Like people he gets close to. Microchip
Yeah.
is a good example of that. Like Microchip dies in what is it? I can't remember. It's sometime in the 80s if I remember correctly. Like the actual like is it 90s? The character
I think
of
it's
Microchip,
90s.
like the heavier set Microchip like guy actually dies, and then like Frank is beside himself because he basically established rapport with the guy and felt like he was as closest to like as close as family to him.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes into it, but like what you guys were talking about with Castle, yeah, he was never Norvisordo. Like if you actually go through his history, they actually show which Catholic church he went to in New York. Like they have it drawn. He went to an Irish Catholic freaking church in New York City.
Well,
Most of those
send a picture to me. Is
I'd have to look it up, but it's in the early '90s when he has the battle van sitting in front of it and he's talking to his old priest. And it's when they show it.
I meant show me the altar because that'll tell me right away.
Oh no, they don't go inside; they sit outside it. And I just know that the Irish Catholics, we didn't hold to that shit. Vatican II was like, yeah, bring it on, boy. Like we were all for that shit. Get rid of Latin, like. Come on, like we didn't like that shit to begin with.
Yeah. Are we still on like be back?
No,
Soon, or-
we've been back since I sat back down.
Okay, sounds good.
Do you need to go?
No,
'Cause, I mean-
no. I just making sure that the second part of the stream wasn't cut off there.
No. I came back. I unmuted the desktop, and I switched this back over.
Sounds good.
Mainly because I came back, and for some reason my BRB screen was not looping the music like it was supposed to, so it only played it once. And I don't remember how long that song is, but I know it can't be longer than a couple of minutes. So there was a while there where it was just a screen and silence.
Oh, just before we start, Portland is burning. Is looking for a web developer.
A web developer?
Yeah, I don't know what he means by that, but some of your skills might be relevant to that in terms of how he wants to use it. I don't know. You might want to contact him and find out more
All
what
right.
he's looking.
Yeah, web developer. That usually means something more than just basic graphic design stuff.
Right.
And I could do some of that stuff like 30 years ago. I couldn't keep up with modern fucking internet coding to make a website. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and my skills are more in the realm of a sysadmin, so I can set up and maintain the web server, but actually designing the website, no.
Yeah, unless you want to
I've
go
always
back
wanted
into HTML4, I'm not your guy.
I always wanted one of those simple, like, vote things up and down sort of sites like Ideastorm or whatever. Because I think it'd be
Yeah,
great to have, like, for debate.
I mean, there are enough website builders out there these days that like having a dedicated.
Well, depending on what he's doing, if this has to do with his business because of what Portland does for a job, certain of those builder sites won't let him do it because of the fact that it has to do with growing weed, even though it's legal in his state.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So it's one of those things that he may be running into that issue. I mean, hell, they
Amazing
still
how
can't
much,
bank properly.
Yeah, I was gonna say, amazing how much the outgoing admin talked about, getting rid of those sorts of regulations, and then went completely quiet on it.
Yeah. Well, we need not get into that. We're already in hell. Pardon me.
And in many ways, the hell that we're currently in is more pleasant.
It's just the vestibule to the one we're about to enter.
Well, I think he and I were both referring to Dante, and if this is a vestibule of what's to come, yeah, that's still not a good thing. It's just poetically flourished fuck yous. If we're being honest.
I just hope the dollar tanks so I can pay back my student loans and have a lot left over.
There you go.
Well, the dollar tanks, at least in relation to the yen.
Yeah.
Wait until you have to pay it back in Bitcoin.
Oh, God.
Ugh.
No,
I don't
it
know.
won't be
I don't know.
Bitcoin.
Dogecoin might be the currency of choice.
That's a good point, yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, it ain't going to be Bitcoin, it'll be Doge, and, no. Like, at that point, just no. I just won't, no. You would see Jack become a sobsit.
The banking system for it is called Much Wow.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of no. Fuck that. Okay, so
Right.
we're already demonetized, so like that alone. Not monetized stream can't be anyways. That beside the point. That being said, like as we get back into the reading here,
What are you talking about? We're selling indulgences here.
Yeah, that would work if I had like a Patreon or anything like that to like skip the sub
Political
process, something. Yeah. I'm like, here's some old people talking about the thing that we all like, and we're gonna teach you about it in a way that will be helpful for school. Like that's it. That's all this is. Like, if anybody wants to sponsor this, I'm game, but I really doubt that's ever coming.
Anyone who watches this is indulging us anyway.
Yeah, no shit.
And they're doing it for free, so they're not selling them.
Oh, yeah, they're just giving us the time. That being said, like, it would be... Have we gone all the way around? Is it my turn again?
It's my turn.
Despy
But
hasn't
I can,
Despy,
but I can give it to you because there's a particular word in here that you like.
No, you don't have to. I just hadn't paid attention because I went outside and all the other crap, so I just kind of lost track.
Are you seriously letting me take one of your lamentations?
Yes, because I am not going to be that picky about it when we're going to have to stop as many times as we're going to have to anyways. It looks like Yeah, it looks like take it to above and hear myself. I pocketed the one that starts with and truly I was
Okay.
son of the Sheber. Yeah, so it's what's on the screen. Seems to be a good
And he
stopping
cried,
point.
and he cried out, "Dost thou stand there already? Dost thou stand there already, Boniface? By many years the record lied to me. Art thou so early satiate with that wealth, for which thou didst not fear to take by fraud the beautiful lady, and then work her woe? Such I became as who people are who stand, not comprehending what is answered them, as if bemocked, and know not how to answer. Then said Virgilius,
Mm-hmm.
say to him straightway, I am not he thou thinkst. And I replied as was imposed on me. Whereat the spirit writhed with both his feet, then sighing with a voice of lamentation, said to me, then what wantest thou of me? If who I am thou carest so much to know, that thou on that account hast crossed the bank, know that I vested was with the great mantle. And truly was I son of the she-bear, who eager to advance the cubs that wealth above, and here myself I pocketed.
Yeah, okay, so, like, as we get into this, obviously he confuses it for Boniface, which is humorous. But Virgilius isn't exactly well known in modern times. So, like, as you get into the like the way that that is referred to is a particular Augustinian phrasing for Virgil. And it comes from, at least from what I was able to pick up, a particular Augustinian scholar who basically taught one of the scribe schools in Capua. So it ends up being this is a secondary transliteration that he's doing here, where he's not only naming a particular pope, but he is also drawing upon the name of Virgil himself, to, at least in my opinion, bring in a ambiguity to who he's talking about, even in this time period, because the Pope himself was never named Virgilius. His real name was, but his papal name was not Virgilius at all.
To this day, it's kind of an insult to a pope to refer to him by his pre-papal name.
Yes.
Right? They like to do that to Benedict XVI, especially. They like to call him.
But he was. But the other thing is
I guess dead name. They're dead naming the popes at this point.
I mean, that's kind of an accurate way of putting it. But it's because this guy, this particular pope, whose name is Vigilius.
Wait, no, Virgilius is just referring to Virgil.
It is, but it is also a connotation of Vigilius, because we don't know his pre-Christian or his pre-papal name.
Well, okay. To be fair here, the Italian is Virgilio, so unless the Pope's unless the Pope's name in question was Virgilio, I'm not sure that makes sense. Because this is just saying
I
And
didn't look
Virgil
at the
said-
Italian to do that. I was going by commentaries that were talking about this particular section. Could they have really missed that heavily? Or
I
is
mean, I don't know, but like Musa says, then Virgil said, "Quick, hurry up and tell him." Like this.
well, yeah, but it seemed
For
like the
anyone
reason.
to say that this is referring to a pope is very weird to me, based on my reading.
Well, it was because of the way that Virgilius has not been used in that connotation up to this point, and the way that it was so close to Vigilius, and we don't know his pre-papal name. And this particular pope was supposedly guilty of simony as a heavy account as well. At least according to what I had been looking up throughout the week, that had been what people believed in the 15th and 16th century it to mean. It was a double meaning of the word.
So this is kind of what's going on. Is that there's popes. There's a pit in hell, or like there's a hole. There's like a man-shaped vertical hole.
Yeah.
And what happens is a pope goes in, and so his head is on the ground now, right? And his feet are like 6 feet under, or whatever, however tall they are. And then what happens is the next pope arrives, and it pushes that pope down, so that the most recently arrived pope this is basically a human centipede, all right? And what's happening is the whoever the pope was before Boniface, when they approach, they're like, Boniface is here. Like, they're expecting him. And they expect him to be, like, to take the next spot and push everybody down. That's what's happening.
I mean, I kind of see it like that, but at least in my opinion, well, I do agree that is kind of the vision that's given. I think that the reason that's given isn't so much that, like, it's expected because they're pope. It's expected because these previous popes cannot believe that anybody who would succeed them would not also fall guilty to the same sins. It was essentially, at least the way I view it, is their argument of incredulity of, I got this power, this is what I did with it, I was a good person, of course everybody else is going to do it just as bad as I did.
Yeah, maybe again, it's one of these multiple level things, right? But at the more literal level, that they have the gift of prophecy, right? Like they're saying yet another prophecy. That in some ways, hell is kind of outside of time, right? And he's surprised by is that he's arrived early. He's like, "Oh, Boniface, you're already here." Like, I was expecting you to come, a few years later, and this is how you get here, and all of this other stuff. Like they're telling the future, not really the future as, again, not the future as Dante knows it now, because he's writing this years later, but the time in which the set is in the past, and it's telling a future that hasn't even happened as this is being written, because Boniface is still alive at all of these stages. But they expect him to arrive, and essentially they know the future, and he's like, wow, I'm surprised, like prophecy lied to me, because it said you would be here years from now, and you're here now. You've arrived here.
Well, okay, I could see that,
The book
but
has lied to me, it says, or the writ.
no, that I understand. But the part that I have issue with is the gift of prophecy, because as far as I remember, that is not a papal gift. So unless you're saying this is a gift of the denizens of hell,
by virtue of their being popes, it's by virtue of their being denizens of hell. Denizens of hell can see into the future.
Well, okay, but we need to clarify, because it's been many fucking weeks since we went over the canto where we did this. They can see parts of the future, yes, but it is not like it is not like prophecy or 100%. It is disjointed. It is because they are disconnected from time. The things that they hear and understand, they can't tell if it's old or new. They can't tell if it's story or prophecy. They have no understanding of that due to their confusion by not having a perception of time.
Yeah, that's true. Well, they
Yeah, I'm just making sure for the audience because it's been many weeks since we went over
they
Canto
do
4.
keep track of the time because for some reason you can still see the stars and the moon and things like that, and they track time that way. Which is why
But
he's so surprised that Boniface has arrived early, right? Because the future that he has seen, the record, or the book or the writ, there are the three ways it's translated. I guess the scritto in the Italian has said when Boniface would arrive, and that time has not yet arrived. So he's surprised. He's like, "Oh, the writ was wrong. Like that's weird."
well, and there's also that, or the other thing we can interpret it as is that they believe that they were given the truth, even though they were also given lies, which is partially why they could have ended up where they did, as even as Pope, so to speak. This is another way to interpret it, because as Dante is writing this, he is trying to give social commentary to a world where papal word is quite literally law. This is a very... This isn't as daring as some of the other things he's done, but the implication of that a pope can be wrong. Not just a pope can go to hell and be evil, but a pope can legitimately be wrong. It is kind of a daring way to say it.
That exiles the whites, which in effect means exiled Dante himself. So he's kind of getting his revenge here.
And for those of you who missed that in that particular episode, we're talking about the white and black 12 says nothing to do with race. Don't cancel us.
Yeah.
I can't fucking pick what they called themselves. I'm sorry.
Don't get me started on the racist argument as to whether or not Italians are white.
Oh. Well, okay. I will derail on this slightly because it kind of nips that portion of the bud too. White.
And we want to go full demonetization.
Well, no. White is a race of exclusion based on the way that it was created. If we are going by just the term white. Now, Caucasian has a very specific connotation, etc. But if we're going by the term just generic white, as it is used on most Western censuses here in North America, that is a race of exclusion where we are pulling certain other races into inclusion within it to exclude the rest. It is something that has been done since the 1960s very heavily. It is something that we have done multiple studies on. There's multiple books on it. I am not saying anything that is controversial. We can literally track the documents through memos and shit. We know this is accurate. The white race as a generic term is a colloquial nomenclature that is used in very many cultures around the world, and almost none of them mean exactly the same thing, which is why when we actually get into anthropological and morphological data, we start getting very regionally based, which is why Caucasian has its implications that these people have their origin in the Caucasus Mountains, so on and so forth. There's a lot that goes into this. Just understand that colloquial usage of these terms is utterly garbage and completely different than the way we use them in science, and very different than the way they used them in history. And because, yes, Irish at one point weren't considered white by American standards. I don't know about you, I'm pretty fucking pasty. I don't know what the fuck they thought I was. But what else did you mean by
translucent?
That? Yeah, I mean, we the only people who burn in the sun worse than us are people from Scandinavia and Iceland. It's a problem why I hate getting into the conversations about race, because the conversation colloquially and the conversation scientifically and the conversation sociologically are three different conversations, and so many composition and genetic fallacies happen because of the way people interuse the words. It drives me insane. And Despy got a wide-eyed because he's surprised I haven't gone further off the tangent yet.
Yep.
Now, now going back to what Rich was saying about the whole time. So this is why I kind of pushed against the idea of prophecy, because a prophecy would indicate that they do know exactly passage of time, exactly what day it is, exactly, and everything that Dante has led up to before this point. All the other denizens of hell have no concept of the true passage of time. Some people think, that it's like much sooner than it is, much later than it is, as we have gone through this. Um, I have the sneaking suspicion this is him showing the arrogance of what he believes of these popes, that it would have to be true that they saw it. Of course, God, even though he put them in hell, would not show them something that was false. The arrogance that led them to then believe that they could, sell the power of God, the sin that landed them in the eighth circle of simony. It is that arrogance, I think, that Dante is trying to point to, and I don't believe that's multi-layered. I think that's actually intentional with the way he does this, because other denizens we have crossed in multiple circles before this have specifically pointed out their difficulty with the perception of time in hell.
Yeah, there are ones who do, but a lot of denizens of hell know exactly what time it is. It's because they can still see the sky, but I don't know how they can if that's where they are. But
Yeah, and that's, we get into that topology. It doesn't make any sense to me, even with all the paintings. Like, I've gone through the paintings. I cannot find any way that any drawings that are even close to Dante's time. I've seen some shit that people created in like the 1900s and 2000s that try to explain this, but nothing of what Dante actually like envisioned. I have no idea how he thinks people that he thinks are underground are seeing the sky. I mean, what are some of these fucking like chasms, like hellmouths? Like,
well,
I
it's a
have no
V-shaped
concept.
pit. Hell is a V-shaped pit. But yeah, I mean that kind of like there must be something solid above you, otherwise we would all see this gaping pit.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. I don't understand what Dante is envisioning here. Um, because the other thing is, this other people in the same circle of the people that you say know that the time is right, they know exactly what it is, weren't able to be accurate. And I think that that's intentional in Dante's writing, to show that some are accurate, some are not, to kind of show that nobody really knows they're in hell. Some guess it right, but they're not always right. The whole idea of seeing the stars, yeah, you can track the stars to a point, but unless that's all you're doing is pay attention to the night sky day in and day out, and you have a perfect fucking memory, good luck tracking time by tracking the procession of stars with your naked eye. Good fucking luck.
Yeah.
Like, I know people who, like, literally are astronomers. They do this for a living. They have massive supercomputers that help them track the night sky. They couldn't do it with their naked eye, even with all of their advanced knowledge on the subject. If I were to put them in a desert and let them look at the sky, they would not, they would lose track of time eventually. And therefore, I think Dante is showing the surrealism of the landscape would have varying effects upon the denizens therein, as opposed to a universal effect, as I was trying to like point out. Because these popes, why would they have prophecy? It's not a papal gift. It's not a gift of all denizens of hell, which means it would have to be particular. Which means I think it's only in their own fucking head. And I think that's part of the reason why he puts them here.
But they do seem to know that it's not time for Boniface to be there, and yet they when they mistake him for being Boniface, they're like, "Oh, you're early." So, if they got that right, he is still alive.
so the prophecy they have, or the prediction, or whatever you want to call it, the record, the book, the writ, there is correct. They know that Boniface is going to come in the future, and they know why.
Well, they assume why. I don't know if they know why. Because that's one of those things, again. You assume that the guy who's going to take your place is going to be as bad or worse than you are
Yeah, sure.
when you think that you are quite literally the living vicar of Christ on earth.
Right, but they're literally like referring to the book that told them. Right, that's line 54.
No, I know that, but is that their book? Or is that them using a poetic flourish for time? Or is that the book of life that they saw when they were cast into hell? Like, the writ is ambiguous because this is not something that is universally taught within Catholic teachings. This is like a medieval form of like demonology we're getting into to be discussing this portion.
Yeah, what is a scredo?
That's an ANCOM one.
Sorry, say that again?
The
What is
escrito, the what is translated to writ or book, depending on which translation we're looking at.
Apparecchiani mimiti lo scredo. It's the scredo that he's talking about that tells him the time and year, whatever, when Boniface will arrive. Which is why he is surprised when he thinks he's Boniface. He's surprised that Boniface arrived.
Yeah, because like this is not universally taught in Catholic teachings. I have dug through for how anyone in hell would know anything, and there is no Catholic dogma or doctrine that is universal.
No,
on
I'm
this.
sure this is Dante. Like adding.
But he's
canon.
pulling this from somewhere, or he's creating a through line,
He's
and when it's an
creating-
inconsistent through line. But when it's an inconsistent through line, there's going to be significance to that, considering each one of his inconsistencies ends up pointing to a particular social commentary of the day that directly correlates to his life.
So, scritto literally just means something that is written. So it could refer to just text,
Anything.
a letter, handwriting.
It could be anything.
Or like
Jesus
a handwritten
Christ.
book.
I didn't realize it was that universal in Italian. Jesus Christ.
Yep.
If it could quite literally be anything, that's insane.
Yeah, it's literally just writing. So it could have been just about anything.
Well, because
probably the best translation is writ.
Well, but potentially, but in the 14th century, like the whole concept of that which is written would have had a different connotation because this is not the Bible, although I'm sure they believe that, primarily infallible at this point still. They would have been talking about the book of life, the book that is held at the gates of heaven. That's kind of significant. How would they have seen that as denizens of hell?
Well,
is this a gift of? Well, no, but what I'm trying to say is this is an implication that in the 14th century that it was believed that the papacy was granted access to seeing that book.
Not necessarily. The way that it's described, much earlier, we've already read this.
Yeah.
Is that when people die, they start at the top of hell and they wind their way down until they find a place where they belong. So that means they passed Cerberus, they passed wherever the Book of Life would be. They had a chance to look at it there. And it's only natural to say, okay, who's the next pope? Is he going to be here too?
I mean,
Sayer's commentary here indicates that this is Nicholas III. Like other damsels can foresee the distant future, and knowing that Boniface is not to die until 1303, is amazed to find him as he supposes there already. So,
yep.
There, as we've seen before, the damned have some knowledge of the future,
Yep.
Presumably presumably based on this because they read it somewhere.
Yeah, and that's my point, because when you bring up Cabros and etc., that's not where the Book of Life is. That's my.
If it doesn't matter like where it is, they're gonna pass by it at some point on their way down.
Well, that's my point. If we are going by Catholic teachings, not what we have surmised from multiple lines of archaeology and digging into it through, if we are going by just Catholic teachings, the Book of Life is held inside the gates of heaven. You would never pass it on your way to hell.
Oh, okay, then not the Book of Life, but there's probably some register. One can imagine.
Yeah, that's what I don't know what they're talking about, because I don't. I've never heard of this
death, I guess you'd say. Like this would be. It doesn't matter
because you were in a.
There is some source of there is something that the denizens of hell have access to that allows them to see the future, however spottily.
Well, no,
what they can see is accurate.
Well, I'm not even going to argue that. What I was going to say is, because we have one person here who basically had a time capsule version of the teachings because of the group he was part of, did they teach about like a Book of Death counterpart to the Book of Life in the old version? Because I don't ever remember that.
They could have. I may have not paid attention, but I know of the Book of Life. Book of Death is something is new to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist or couldn't exist. I'm just saying that it's new to me.
Yeah, new to me too. I don't know why.
The one thing I was going to say is that like even in like the 13th century right now, like people that were doing like divining and like scrying and different methods that would be used to predict the future were viewed as evil, if I'm not mistaken, by the church. So therefore, if that is stuff of hell, then
maybe
people residing in hell should be able to do that.
I mean, I guess. I mean, I suppose. It just seems like it seems like this is something that is slightly lost to us in history because of the fact that the implications of this would be that, at least in Dante's mind, you pass all the way through the gates before you are judged.
Yeah.
And according to every Catholic teaching I was ever taught, no. That's not how that works.
Well, like my main thing with this is that like if you're looking at like historical practices of like, you know, communication with the dead, you're looking at things like I know seance isn't the correct term for the time period.
It makes sense, but yeah.
Something akin to seance is that you're basically contacting somebody, according to Catholic teaching, that would be in hell to give you advice about something in the future.
Yeah, but at least at Catholic teachings, none of these were denizens of hell that were put there by divine punishment from their time on earth. They would have all been demons and fallen angels of hell. But yes, beyond that, yes, you're right.
No, but what I'm talking about is that not all of these like seances were to summon demons to tell you like things about like the future. Like this wasn't summoning devils or devils or demons. You were also summoning people that had died.
Yeah, but the implication is that any foreknowledge that those people would have gotten would have been from the denizens of hell that were literally put there by God intentionally during the fall.
Right.
Like, yeah, the implication is the line of the line of causation there that I was getting at, and that's what yeah, maybe that's what he's trying to point to. Roundabout way to do it, even for him.
No, I'm just saying that like to me it seems like that's like a really plausible way to explain it.
No, no, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying it seems like roundabout way for him, but it could be. Because that would be the implications. Because, like, I forget if it was while we were on BRB, but something one of you guys said about, Satan being almost like on the payroll of God. Yeah, that's quite literally part of the scripture. It is, angels don't have free will. They don't have the ability to disobey unintentionally. That was part of the original teachings of the Catholic Church, is that Satan was the guardian of hell by God's decree. Not just because of the fall and his rebellion, but his rebellion was created also by the teachings of God, because they did not have free will. Like, in this time period, like, there wasn't any of this revisionist crap of angels have free will. Angels were a totally different point of creation than humanity, and they were not given that particular attribute. It's like, it's one of the things that, like, especially when you get into the apocryphal texts, gets touched on even more heavily. Like, angels, zero free will. They are completely at behest of God. Whatever God says goes, without question.
Yeah.
Like, they're not even allowed to dislike it in their mind and be compelled to do it. That is not something that is within their realm of possibility. So
Yeah.
it's one of those things that I wanted to touch on when we got back, but then we got off onto the tangents about Daredevil and all that. But yes, that is actually part of this. That, like, yeah, like, your implication would be there too, because that would be that these denizens of hell, where this evil is perpetuated, would be the source of that prophecy, even if it was papally granted, which would be interesting implication in and of itself. Because he doesn't put two of the prophetic popes of old in here, by the ones who actually claimed a few prophecies of their own. He doesn't put them in here, which is interesting.
Well, I mean, like that, like there's a difference between there were people that claimed prophecies that were quote unquote divinely inspired, and then there were people that claimed prophecies based on what was considered to be like magic. So, like, I know this is out of context for Dante, but as an example, you had like Saint Bernadette. If I remember correctly, Saint Bernadette made a prophecy of, like, was it Bernadette?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
One,
Some of the
like,
saints get
if
confused with me. They're so fucking
yeah,
random.
I think it was Saint Bernadette that made a prophecy about something that was going to happen in the future that ended up happening, but that sort of prophecy was considered to be divinely inspired. So
yeah, I'd have to look it up. I know there's a few saints who have done this. I just don't remember any popes besides the two really early on.
Right,
after that, like,
what
popes just kind of quit doing it.
Yeah, what I'm trying to get at with this is that, like, when we're talking about prophecies, we have to consider the source of where the prophecy comes from. Because there are certain prophecies that are considered to be divinely inspired, and then there are certain prophecies that are considered to be of the denizens of hell.
Yeah, and we won't get into the sources of all that, because then we're into a theology discussion that changes everything about Dante.
Right.
But yes, yeah, that would be an implication of the Catholic Church at this time. Yes.
So.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, it's one of those things, because I don't know if Bernadette did it, but we'll just go with it for now. There's other saints much earlier than Bernadette who did similar things. And as we know, with the way that prophecies are done, they're so goddamn ambiguous. You could fit 50 different things to them half the time. Yeah, and a few of these saints were martyred because they were viewed as evil for making
If I remember
prophecies that
correctly,
came correct.
Bernadette was martyred.
I don't remember
But it
if
wasn't
that's
for
the
the
right.
prophecy.
I don't remember if that's one of the saints I'm thinking of, but yeah, there was a few saints who did a prophecy that came true and were killed because of they were viewed as like doing witchcraft and shit. Yeah, so
Yeah.
yeah, there's a few of those. So yeah, I could see it. I just hadn't really thought about that because of the simple fact that Dante has gone back and forth, and
Yeah.
it would seem to me that anyone outside the Citadel of Light would be getting a certain level of, if not disinformation, disjointed information that would be extremely confusing to most, as he described in previous portions, where some people couldn't tell if it was the past or future, etc. So like it's interesting, the implications, and I don't know overall what it would mean. I really wish we had actually got one of the guys who is more fluent in Italian to help with this, but the implication might be greater there or less there, and we're reading more into it because of the English translations.
Well, I mean, this could be one of those things where, like being like a part of hell is just like, in essence, is like disassociating with everything else except for like what is in hell, and for somebody that's in hell, they know of a prophecy, they just don't know of a specific time in which that prophecy is going to come true, sort of thing. So, I mean, that would
no, it could be. Yeah, like I said, I just hadn't thought about it because, like I said, with the fact that these are popes in hell, which is already salacious for Dante to do.
It's like a great coffee table book. Popes in Hell.
Oh, it probably would be, but it would, at least to me, based on his other writings, especially De Monarchia, to be indicating a level of arrogance on the part of the Vatican. And that's why I read it that way, because, like, to me, Dante never just says, like, random superstition. Even the stuff that he himself believes, he always adds more.
Yeah.
You know, like, so again, it just seems like one of those things, like, at least when I read it, it seemed like he was trying to be like, yeah, fuck you, you were wrong to exile me. It could have been some sour grapes, but it was more than just they had prophecy. It's, oh, you're also wrong, asshole.
Well, yeah, and I think it's both. It might be hard to tease those two things out, but keep in
especially
mind that
through translation, like, without the person who's able to read 14th century Italian, like, this is going to be harder.
Love about Dante is that he was an early advocate. I don't know, maybe even the first advocate, like of note, for secularism in the political world of, in the Catholic political world, that he wanted that the power of the popes to be. If you read De Monarchia, he goes into this.
Well, no, I'm trying to think if he's actually the first. You may be right. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah. And so one of the things I loved about him is that he's advocating for something that we don't actually try for centuries. So he's really ahead of his time in that regard.
Well, don't try within the Catholic and Christian world for centuries.
No, I'm talking about Venice. But Venice is where secularism sort of like starts to take hold, but much later, like centuries later. And it becomes I guess you could say, a prototype for the American Revolution. But I'm just saying that. But I don't want to tease. I don't want to like say that that's separate from self-interest. I think it's because of his experience that he decides that he wants, the church not to have this power, the worldly power.
Well, but why he may be putting this particular pope is why I was saying. The others, 100%, this tracks with. But Boniface, I would say, it might be sour grapes, and it may only be sour grapes. Like, it may just be that. Because let's be
And the other
honest.
popes certainly like can't be excused of this either, right? Because it's the precedent they set that allows Boniface
Yes.
to do what he does. So
Yes, and
again, even those popes, like, it might be self-interest to some degree, but at the same time, even if it is self-interest, like, we're allowed to use our own experiences and things that we wish could have happened to us, and to say, okay, in the future, I don't want this to happen to anybody else, and therefore, like, it helps us, you know, people who are sexually assaulted become, like,
for
found
those
them.
of you who do not understand the juxtaposition of what he's saying, he's pointing to the golden rule as it's taught within the Bible. But yes, go on.
Yeah.
Because most people don't realize this kind of implication as quickly because they aren't as familiar with the Bible as the three of us here, or four of us
Right.
The
here.
golden
But it's
rule
just- you're-
that's
you're
taught,
taking-
taught within the Bible, within the Tao Te Ching, within the Tripitaka, within the Analects.
Right. I think Dante was probably more familiar with the Bible than those other things. That's my suspicion.
I would
Um,
venture a guess that the only one he would have access to would have been the Tao Te Ching, and that would have only been due to China traders at this point having the Silk Road pretty heavily traveled.
Yeah, you would have had
Given
the
how he
Analects
uses
too.
Muslim philosophers and cosmologists as often as he does, I suspect he knows the Quran pretty well too.
Probably, but I don't know for certain. Because in the 13th and 14th century, it was considered an utter blasphemy to read another holy book other than the Bible. I don't
but
know if he read
what is
it.
it? Confucius wouldn't have been considered a holy book.
Which is why
Confucianism
which is why I figured he'd be familiar with that, but not necessarily the Quran.
I don't know. I mean, I don't. I think he's just the type to do it regardless. But I think the bigger problem is that it was considered a problem to read the Quran and anything other than Arabic.
Well, maybe he didn't read it, and that's how he bypassed it. He learned from his tutors.
Right.
Yeah, and therefore maybe he was more familiar with it than I assumed. But like he would not have had access to much of like Japanese teachings for sure. He may have had some access
No.
to Chinese and Indian teachings, but doubtful that he would have had much ability to translate anything from Hindu or Sanskrit.
If he had access to the Tao Te Ching, he would most definitely have had access to the Analects. Like I would say the Analects would have been more readily available than the Tao Te Ching during that time.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I assumed the exact opposite because it's the way it is
well,
today.
the reason is that the Analects was the mode of government by the 13th century. So the thing
you
is
know
that,
this
like,
history better. I'm not arguing.
yeah.
I'm just saying I assumed the exact opposite because
So did
that is
Marco
what
Polo,
is.
like bring this stuff back?
Oh, he brought back a lot of shit, but it wasn't just he who brought these back. These
Yeah.
writings traveled the Silk Road for centuries. Like,
Yeah,
But Marco Polo was like maybe only 1 century before Dante, right?
I don't remember
wasn't
his
that-
exact years, but it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't too long before.
See, the thing
so
is
it
that
would
like
have been Marco Polo or his immediate successors.
Let me
Who
check.
brought
like
back.
Just to make sure.
The Tao Te Ching would have been viewed as more of a like a mystic, a book of like mystics at that point there. Especially
Actually,
if we're talking 13th.
Contemporary, 1295 is when he gets back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking.
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking close. That's
So it would have
closer
had
than
to
I
have
thought
been
it
him
was.
Who brought it back, or like an immediate successor? Yeah.
Well, and okay, Despy, you were about to say something before the date kind of tripped me.
Yeah, I was going to say that the likely I would say that it'd be more likely that he read the Analects more than the Tao Te Ching, because the Tao Te Ching would have been viewed as more of a book of like mystics, like and more like religiously tied, whereas the Analects is more tied to like statehood and government than it is to anything religious.
Also,
Interesting.
I think if he had read those things, I think he would have made mention of them, right? Like he does do that with Quran. I think he wants to include, especially if it's something that people were fascinated with at the time because it was a new discovery for them. Yeah, I think he would have like
Well,
No.
maybe, but here's the thing. If Despy's right, and I have no reason to doubt him because he has, like education in this portion. Um, and the Analects is what he would have read more than likely. He would have had no reason to mention that in this. He may, and I'd have to go back and reread through De Monarchia now with this new kind of thought process. He may have made reference to it in there, and I didn't realize it because of my assumption that history would have been uniform to modern day, where the Analects is the more obscure text.
Well, I mean, like you have to understand that a lot of the Tao Te Ching, like when it's talking about like the mystic aspect of it, is talking about like the search for the elixir of life, like how to balance one's like chi to achieve certain mystical abilities and stuff like that. Like on top of like the adherence to nature and all of these other things. I'm just saying that the book has a lot of mysticism in it that would have been viewed as like damning, like
Well, no,
hell-worthy and damning.
I didn't. I mean, I assumed that too. But what I was saying though is I had assumed based on publication records, and stuff like that, that it would have been roughly uniform. That the Tao Te Ching would have been the more published document than the Analects. I made a bad assumption based on what you're telling me due to it being a primary form of government, which means we just have less copies that survived of the Analects from the previous time because they were so ubiquitous, they were considered disposable. Which
Right.
is something that
I mean-
happens in history, and I just didn't think about it. It's something that happened in Roman Empire, ancient Greece. Like really, really common texts end up getting lost because they are so common they aren't valued.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the other thing to keep in mind is that like when you're looking at like the Tao Te Ching, this would be getting a completely different holy book that you're bringing into introduction. So, like the Tripitaka would be a bad example because like it doesn't involve like deities or anything like that. But like, let's just say that you were to get like the Vedas, or you were to get like the Mahabharata, or like the Ramayana, and bring that in as like reading material over something that's literally just how to run a society and how a society should be run.
Yeah, and like I said, he would have had access. He probably would have had access to the Mahabharata, but I don't know if he would have ever read it because having access to a book in a library is being very different than being able to read it in a language you don't speak.
Right.
Yeah, so like having access to something and reading it are two different things. So yeah, maybe that's what it is. Because the other thing is, if Marco Polo comes back in 1295, they may not have had access to the level of necessary translation to translate either of them in his lifetime.
Possibly.
Like, I'd have to dig
Um,
deeper into this because I don't know, like, how common fucking Mandarin was to be, or ancient Chinese, or whatever the hell version it was written in, was spoken in 14 or 13.
He probably would have brought back his own Chinese scholars, right? Like,
Yeah, but I don't.
Yeah.
But I don't know how prevalent that was for translation. That then would have been, like, disseminated
Well,
out into.
you
Like, I don't know. That's something I'll have to dig into.
So here's the other thing you have to think about with a lot of like these different like adventures, if you want to call it, these excursions, is that you'd have it where like you'd have somebody show up like that, and then you'd have like the Chinese government send back like an emissary with them. And when that emissary is going back with them, they're literally learning the language as they're traveling back. And when they get back, they're able to translate at that point just due to the fact that they've spent that much time with the people learning the language.
Well,
here's
this
here's
isn't
a-
my
here's
argument,
a-
but I don't know the dispersion rate of that at this point. If
Yeah.
he only gets back in 1295, this is not that long after that. Like that, I don't know the dispersion pattern at that because if Marco Polo is the one that primarily brings most of these writing back, which I don't think is true, because of what I know of the Silk Road, it would have filtered through over time. He would have just been the one who brought a large collection at once.
Yeah.
then I don't know what the dispersal pattern would be, and therefore I don't know if he would have even been able to translate it himself or had access to somebody to translate it for him, where he would have only been able to hear this via word of mouth at best.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, like,
Yeah, it's just one of those
Like-
things I hadn't thought of, because I had just assumed he had read many of these that he was allowed to, and anything that he wasn't allowed to, he learned through tutors.
all I'm gonna say is I'm pretty sure Baghdad had a copy of that before it went like crazy in like the 11th century.
I assume so. I mean, it would only make logical sense for that to be true.
Yeah,
I
And
can't
if-
say
if
for
Bag-
certain
if-
because I don't know it,
yeah.
but I'd say it makes
yeah,
sense.
but what I'm getting at with that is that if Baghdad had a copy of it, like way back when, it'd be safe to assume that Dante could have read a copy of it, even if it wasn't brought back by Marco Polo.
Yes, it's feasible, but that's what I'm saying. At least what Rich is saying is it's not mentioned here, and I'll give him that. But it may be mentioned in De Monarchia, which is more about governing, as we're pointing out,
Yeah.
since Analects would be the one primarily, not the Tao Te Ching. That this would be a it would be something that we're looking in the wrong work to see if he's read, because the influence would be on the thing that's more about governing. As opposed
Tao
to
Te Ching is
salvation.
Tao Te Ching is a form of government. It would be hilarious.
But what I really want to know,
But
what I really want to know is, did Dante get a chance to eat pasta?
oh god, that would be. I don't know when that got back to Italy. I honestly don't remember.
Marco Polo brought it back, right?
I don't. I think that's the legend, but I don't know if that's the history. I'd have to look. This is not my specialty. I was North Africa, not Italian. That was not my specialty when I cooked.
The first appearance of Italian pasta. That's what we want to know. First mention of it.
Yeah, I'd have to dig into it, because I think the legend is that Marco Polo brought it back, but I don't know if that's historically accurate. You know, like the myth is that Christopher Columbus discovered the Americas. We know that's bullshit now.
Yeah.
we still teach it, but it's utter crap.
I mean, you discovered it, but yeah.
Well, the argument is that he was the first European to step foot on the Americas.
Right.
We know that to be inaccurate.
Viking, yeah.
At least, if not others, because we have certain artifacts from as far back as 900 CE on the west coast of South America that are Chinese pottery.
Yep.
So yeah, and who fucking knows who got here first at this point? Based on the archaeological evidence, it could have been the Chinese.
I just asked ChatGPT real quick about
Pasta.
Eastern sources, like if Dante knew any Eastern sources, and he does mention the phoenix, which would be something. Of course, I guess Europeans were aware of the phoenix long before Dante, anyway. So I guess that's not necessarily because phoenix does appear in first appears in India, I think.
So I looked it up. Etruscans and Romans had noodles. So Marco Polo absolutely did not bring them from China. They had been there for.
Do you just mean the Legend of the Phoenix, or a book? Because I don't remember a book called The Phoenix.
No, like the character of Phoenix, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, you confused me with that.
Phoenix
okay.
dies and is reborn. It's in the Inferno. It's actually in 29, so it's 10 cantos from now.
Yeah, no. I was you just like I was like, wait, what the fuck is this book that I should have read that I don't know exists? What the fuck is this? Sorry. That being said, the Etruscans. What year were you saying, Ancon? Because you didn't get to say the year, because I got tripped up by Phoenix.
There is so the first historical mention, at least according to this one article I'm reading, so I haven't gone back into it too extensively, mentions La Gagne in the 1st century AD.
Oh yeah. Okay, so way back. So it may have still been invented in China first and brought back, but it was brought back long before Marco Polo. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, mind you, this
This predates the
Lagagne
Silk Road
wasn't.
too. That's interesting.
Yeah, Lagagne wasn't boiled as is done today, but it had some similarities, so not exactly the same, but like the concept of producing a dense, a dense edible material with durum wheat that would, roughly resemble the concept of noodles goes back as far as, the Roman Empire.
Yeah. And honestly, at least according to what that indicates, if that's first century CE, that means predates the Silk Road and would therefore be primarily itinerant travelers that would have brought this from Asia over. That's interesting. That's one of those things that, see, that myth, and it teaches us all kinds of fucked up shit. It's almost 1,000 years earlier.
Yeah, I mean, like if you look at like a lot of different noodle dishes from East Asia, most of it's just flour and water. The majority.
Yeah,
maybe a little egg.
Sometimes flour and egg. Yeah.
No, well, I mean, like you're talking ramen noodles, but if you're talking udon, if you're talking soba noodles, if you're talking
We're also in some of the Cantonese.
Somen. If you're talking ramen, not ramen. What is it? There's somen, soba, udon. I think ramen's the only one that really has egg in it, if I'm not mistaken. And ramen comes from China.
Yes, but there is also egg-based ones in Cantonese dishes that are not widely dispersed. Yeah. So I mean, it was still used, but it was egg and water, not just the traditional egg and flour that they do in Italy.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. There's noodle dishes that don't even have egg; they're just flour and water.
Meifun, as an example,
which
is the thread noodles. If you're not familiar with the term,
I think it's called menko in Japanese.
Okay, I didn't know that. Remember, I have 72 hours. You have, what is it, 13 years now?
Yeah, a few more hours.
yeah, just a few. Oh, this is calculation. What's that Rent song again? No.
525,600 minutes.
Oh God, I should have known you'd be able to remember it off the top. My wife does that too because she's a musical fan. If I would have done that to her, she would have done the same damn thing to me and sang.
Oh, see, if I was listening, I think I probably would have beat him to it. But I'm still trying to find a more authoritative source than this one internet blog article about the history of pasta.
Well, I just love Rent, so that's just
it's fair. I never actually watched Rent, but you know that one song. So.
But he's also a musical theater kid, so it would definitely make sense. But that being said, like, if it's the Etruscans that had it in the 1st century CE at any kind of level, then that would mean that this is coming from... Hold on, let's go back to my education on Asian food. Jesus Christ. This is only coming like 820 years after they invented it. Like, like we're talking about like... for ancient times, for those of you who are not history nerds like the rest of us here, 800 years to disperse several thousand miles across a continental divide into a new continent onto a little peninsula of land. That's quick. That is like, this thing was like, to put it into a more modern colloquialism, pasta spread like sliced bread. Like, it was the hottest thing since sliced bread in the 1st century.
Like carbohydrates.
But my
Yeah, I
point,
mean,
that's just wild to me that it spread that far, that fast
no,
in that time
it makes
period.
perfect sense. It
No,
makes
it
perfect
makes
sense because
logical sense logistically as far as like, yes, this is a really hyper dense food for things that will help people survive, like dense
no,
winters,
it's
things
not
like
even.
that. But
What I
the
was getting at is
speed.
that yeah, but what I'm getting at with it is that because of like the storability, like when you take and you can store what is it
Tried
noodles a
pasta
lot longer than
forever.
you can store. Yeah, a lot longer than you can like bread or any other like carbohydrate based food.
Yeah,
So
no,
I mean, it would make sense.
it does. It is shocking the speed. And therefore it either A makes me either believe in convergent evolution of the concept, which has happened in food before, obviously,
Hmm.
Okay,
or that
sorry, I
it dispersed much quicker than anybody teaches us, which is in and of itself one of those historical eccentricities that's interesting. Like
It's
when some,
simple and it's repeatable. I think
yeah,
that explains the speed.
So, the earliest mention of a boiled noodle in Western literature comes from the Jerusalem Talmud, where there was a debate written around the 5th century about whether pasta violated Jewish dietary laws.
Hmm.
so even if we go by that, that's only 400 years later. That's still, I mean, it's less impressive than the original 800 years now that it's 1200, but it's still that's still pretty impressive for the time period.
Yeah.
To put
So,
this into
like, it's very
perspective
clear
for you,
Marco Polo did not bring noodles to, like, the earliest archaeological evidence of noodles existing in the world was a some 4,000-year-old pot of noodles that had been preserved in China. So at the very least, it
oh, okay,
seems
so
fairly.
they've pushed it back even in China further than what I was taught.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yep. And I can send you the
Oh no, I
the
believe you because
yeah.
hey, if they found a pot of preserved noodles in a tomb somewhere, I'm not gonna assume they didn't invent it, there first. Like, come on now, it's 300, 400 years earlier. Okay, maybe it's something different and people confused it. The exact same thing 2,000 years earlier. I was taught something wrong. Like
Yeah.
my shit was
So
out of date.
for more context here, in 2005, archaeologist at, I'm gonna butcher this name, Ligia or Lija, and I don't know, a Bronze Age site on the Yellow River between the provinces of Gansu and Qinghai, unearthed ancient bowls containing 4,000-year-old noodles.
Yeah, that's
So
impressive. Because here's the other thing.
yeah,
I
preserved
know
by
that.
catastrophic earthquake and flood.
I mean, still, but I know they last forever. But damn, I honestly thought they would have been powder by then.
Like I
Like,
said, it looks like it was preserved by outside.
well, but even
But
that,
yeah.
like that's like fucking wild. Like
Mhm.
that's just amazing to me because of the simple fact that okay, this is for the science people, for the people who aren't science nerds, for a carbohydrate chain to last that long is amazing. I am
Yeah.
surprised we didn't essentially make clothing out of dried pasta at this point with that level of durability, because that means this carbohydrate chains last almost as long as flax, which
Which
is
itself is a carbohydrate chain.
yeah, but that's what I mean. It that's a naturally derived one, not one we put together with some water in a fucking bowl. Like
Yeah,
that's what
I
I.
wonder if it was actually buckwheat that they were using because buckwheat was plentiful in that area.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm
but I
just
mean,
saying it's just shocking.
there's even older there's even older evidence of like 10,000 years that Durham style wheats had been
Yeah.
cultivated. So, it had been around for about 6,000 years before this bowl of noodles had been made.
And by the way, if there's any young Earth creationists in the audience, I'm sorry. Yeah, the Earth is older than that. We know that now.
Yeah.
Wait, but not according to Dante. Like in the world that we're reading about, I don't know that he ever mentions the age of the Earth.
He doesn't, but here's the thing: young Earth creationism, as we understand it today, the 6,000 years bullshit, is a modern creation because it was I forget the guy's name now, but it was a theologian, and I think it was the 16 or 1700s. He did a set of calculations going through like all of the paternal lines to come up with that number. Before then, they may have believed they may not have believed like millions or billions of years old, but they didn't think about the 6,000 years hard cap number like certain modern people do. Like, even if they were creationists, yeah.
Quickly, the Arabs introduced pasta to Italy. That's where it came from.
Interesting.
Wait, who?
It was Arab traders in the 9th century that brought pasta to Italy.
But
we have earlier evidence.
yeah, the Etruscans
that,
are Italians. That's what I mean. Like,
yeah, so like they may have brought certain types, but
yeah,
also,
I mean, I'm not saying that some form of pasta didn't exist in Italy at some point in the past.
Also, are you
but
pulling this from GPT?
Yes.
Okay.
Etria would have been the type of noodle that would have been brought to Sicily by Arab traders, according to this. But I'm just saying, like, it is possible that pasta got there before, right? But if it wasn't popularized, if it was just isolated to, certain places or whatever, it could have easily disappeared and like made a return or whatever. But apparently,
for it to be,
there aren't a lot of mentions of pasta prior to the 9th century in Italy.
well, but that's because they didn't have that term. When we look at what they actually created, because I opened up a different window and I'm looking at this, the earliest evidence in Europe is the Etruscans, as he's pointing out. And that evidence comes, again, from archaeological evidence and writing. They did not call it pasta, but the exact creation was the same, like, down to the letter of what had been dispersed through Asia up to this point. For it to be a technology that's lost and found would be highly unlikely. More than likely, what has been lost is the records.
Yeah. Also, Rich, in the Jerusalem Talmud, 5th century debate about whether pasta violated the Jewish dietary laws, it also uses the word etria. So there was a geographer, Muhammad al-Idrisi, wrote in 1138 of his travels to Sicily, in which he also talks about etria, a stringy food that's dried and mass-produced. But yeah, this is the evidence of pasta in the Western world generally. That, since I'm referring to the Jerusalem Talmud, that it dates back long before the 9th century, several hundred years.
Yeah, the Romans had. Yeah, 4th century Romans had laganum, apparently, which is lasagna, essentially.
Well, kind of, but yeah.
Laganum, laganum is, well, first of all, it's actually first century, and like it bears some resemblance, but it would be more of like a proto pasta, which I realize is a brand of 3D printer filament now. But that would be like a primitive version because it wasn't really boiled. Right. But it could be seen as a precursor.
Yeah, and if we really want to go back into this, you can look up Ozzy the Iceman, who had a form of cultivated wheat cake that could have almost been called a type of like bread or pasta, and this motherfucker froze to death in like 5000 BC.
Yeah. Suffice to say, we've been mixing. You
guys make me hungry. I might have to pick up donuts on the way to work.
Yeah, we've been mixing wheat and water for a very long time in a variety of different ways. Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah. Now going back to where this tangent went off of what Dante would have read, at least based on this, if the technology is any indicator, he may have had the ability to read some of these things and have them translated. But we will just assume, at least for this particular writing, since there seems to be no influence of them, he did not choose to include them for the comedy. Because that tangent went way far off from where we started. That being said, like getting back to the reading, like as the way the speaker finished off, you know, here I pocketed. He's as I'm about to pick up the reading, he's confessing to the sin of simony. He's not only just saying that he is in hell for it, he is also confessing that yeah, he actually did this shit, which some of the other souls previous to now, due to their contrapasso nature, denied their crimes, and no, it's unfair where they are, etc. So it's an interesting juxtaposition again why he chooses this one this way, and with that I will continue the reading. Beneath my head the others are dragged down, who have preceded me in simony, flattened along the fissure of the rock. Below there I shall likewise fall, whenever that one shall come who I believe thou wast. What time the sudden question I proposed, and longer I my feet were already toasted, and here have been and way upside down, then he will plant and stay with reddened feet. For after him shall come a fouler deed, from towards the west a pastor without law, such as befits to cover him and me. New Jason will he be, and of whom will we read in Maccabees, and of his king, and as his king was pliant, so he governs France shall be to his one. Okay, so
By the way, just quickly, line 72, above in here, myself, I pocketed. Sayers points out that he pocketed a lot of wealth in his lifetime, and now he is in a pocket.
I mean, that's a poetic
Right,
way of
It's
commentating on it.
contrapasso, right?
Yeah.
We don't talk enough about the contrapassos, but
Well,
everyone
because
remembers
the previous circles, previous two circles, we haven't had to because they did it in line. We didn't have to do it.
And there's one other thing that I want to point out is when they're talking, saying New Jason, will he be, of whom we read in Maccabees. Maccabees is a is a book of the Septuagint, which is not present in the King James Bible. So if anybody listening to this is a big fan of the King James Bible, you would not know of this because it is not present. So you'll need to get a Catholic Bible in order to read Maccabees to know who Jason is.
Although,
ironically, as a Catholic, I'm still a fan of the King James Version.
yes,
Yeah,
because
that's
you
fine.
like the beauty of the language, not the necessary
Elizabethan
political
language.
reasons why it was created. Yeah,
Right.
whereas
I think it's accurate.
if I'm going to don't start don't start with me on that, because no, it's not.
We'll go full autistic on this.
That
Listen,
being
beauty is truth, and truth is beauty. That is all we know, and that is all we need to know.
no, that's not all we need to know. Fucking Bard piece of shit was wrong on that one.
No, he wasn't. He said it ironically. It was meant as a criticism of that position.
I know, but still, like, even saying it, he created the perpetuation of the problem.
He's identifying that as a problem. Yeah, the fact that everyone misinterprets that poem, although like points out the beauty of the irony.
You know the one that I like to bring up that I can't say on stream, the one that everyone misattributes because they never read fucking UT's Cabin. They've never read the book, so they don't know they're using the term wrong. Yeah. Well, I can't say that word even in this context without this channel being deleted. Like that's one of those things. I can get away with saying the antiquated.
That sounds a lot like the N-word.
No, I can get away with that one. Like if I'm using it in the historical context, I can use the antiquated N-word for but that one I can't because it's a modern slur.
I got you.
welcome to YouTube and the craziness that they deal with, or that they create, depending on how you look at it. Considering, I could get I could right now, if I wanted to, if I wanted this video to be completely unlisted from ever being able to be searchable without a link, I could say F slurs and all kinds of other stuff. The channel won't get deleted. I say that one, my channel will be gone before 24 hours because
That
the
ode to
transcript
Grecian
filter will
quote-
get it.
That ode to Grecian urn quote. Whenever I teach that, I teach it within the context of Shrek,
That's cute. That works.
because Shrek just attacks the notion that beauty is truth, right? That
Yeah.
we're supposed to love beautiful things, and villains
Yeah.
are ugly and things like that.
But what I was going to say before we got off on the tangent of the fucking accuracy of the King James Bible, if you're actually going to read this, yes, the Catholic Bible is a good one to go to. If I myself was going to recommend you read the version of Maccabees that is most closely related to the earliest versions of it, you would have to go to the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible. And good luck, because those are hard to find. Just go find a PDF. Don't try to buy one.
Yeah, if you're actually looking for a copy to read that is closest to the Catholic text, you're going to want the Dewey Rames
Yes.
for the for to read the Maccabees. And trust me, it is difficult because of how it's written. It's not as beautifully written as Rich would put it as the King James Bible. So
Right.
Oh, I'd even
it's,
no. I'll
it's a
even
little bit
say
of a
that.
harder read.
The King James, my aversion to the King James version of the Bible has nothing to do with the beauty of the language. It has to do with the political nature of its creation. Other than that, the beauty of the language is there. I'll fucking admit that. I'm not fucking an idiot. I'd have to lie to say otherwise.
You can get slightly better if you go to New King James. Like they clean up some of it, and they keep the beauty of it. So that, yeah.
Oh,
But I read King James version for pleasure. I don't read it for like if I'm trying to do scholarly stuff or whatever, then I'm gonna go to directly to the Greek or something.
I mean, honestly, I would hope by now you started using my eSword program I told you to freaking get, because it has literally every version you can want with all the Greek.
I do that, but I do Perseus Project, which is it's if you've ever done Perseus Project, it's run by Tufts University. It's amazing. You can go into the original Greek, and each word is a hyperlink to like the dictionary entries of each of those words, in conjugated or declined as you need, and puts everything in context. Even does word frequency analysis, everything. But it's amazing. It's amazing. I was able to survive my Iliad class because of it. Because I was not the best Greek student. Took it for 4 years. I don't know why. I was a perpetual I was punishing myself for something, I guess. But
well, I mean, we have
yeah.
already established that we're all fucking masochists, and hence why we're doing shit like this.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Trying to cover some of these topics.
Perseus Project is amazing, by the way. If anyone needs to do anything in Greek or Latin, that's where you go.
Where is it? Looking through my notes, and I hate when this happens.
I'll send you guys a link to it at some point.
But yes, sorry, what I was trying to get to is, okay, so we have also got to another allusion to the Pope, another Pope here, because one of the things that where I finished reading is, so he who governs France shall be to this one. This is when we get to the reference of Clement V. This is would you like to, by your grin, would you like to take over explaining Clement? Because I'm just going to make some really shitty jokes
All
about
right.
him.
Yeah. The best way to describe Clement is this: everyone knows who the Knights Templar was. Do you know who dissolved the Knights Templar and why? It was Pope Clement V. he convinced, or what is it? Well, he convinced people that the Knights Templar was what is it, heretic group, so that the King of France did not have to pay them, because at the time, for the Crusades, you either paid the Knights Templar to help liberate the Holy Land, or you sent your own children to become part of the monastic order in order to liberate the Holy Land. And if you did not do this, you were seen as being
there was a third, but it was still, you had to give up your kid to clergy. It was just a different form of sacrificing your kid to clergy.
But basically, it was either pay us money or send your kids.
Yep.
To liberate the Holy Land. And the thing is that what people don't realize about the Knights Templar is that the Knights Templar actually gave out loans to people. That was one of the main reasons how they got like nobles and stuff to send their kids to come to the Holy Land or whatnot, was the fact that they'd give out loans and then they'd send the sons in return to become part of the monastic order.
And who did they give the most loans to?
The King of France did not want to pay back the Knights Templar.
Well, so the King of France and the Pope, neither one of them wanted to pay.
Right, but the whole thing was they what they basically did was they basically said that this group is now in heresy, and because they're heretics, we no longer have to pay them.
Yes, yes. The reason I was pointing out that Clement didn't want to pay either. At this particular point in time, the Vatican was nearly bankrupt. They were almost wiped out by the Crusades. If they had not enacted this practice, the Catholic Church would have died before the 1300s were born.
Yep.
Like, at this point in time, was one of the few times in Catholic history the Catholic Church almost died. And they know this. This is not... like, if I had Francis himself sitting here on this podcast with us, he wouldn't even argue with me. He'd be like, yep, they almost screwed it up right there. Like, I mean, I'm sure he'd say it in a more diplomatic way, but he wouldn't argue.
Yeah.
Let's put it this way. At this point in time, the Vatican was in debt to the King of France, the King of England, the Kings of Spain and Portugal, the King of Sweden, and the goddamn Moorish Prince of fucking Morocco, to the tunes of millions of pounds of gold. We're not talking pounds sterling. We're talking literal pounds of gold that they were in debt.
And the thing to keep in mind is that when you declare a group like this heretical, guess who gets to take the money?
Yeah. Oh, yes. This was entirely a cash grab by the church to prevent their own extinction.
Right.
Yes.
So
I'll be honest, I think the King of France was just an excuse. Just to be fair, if the King of France had turned on the Pope, I think the Pope would have been screwed. Just to be fair,
the thing was that, like, if I remember correctly, according to what I was told when I was in school on this, in Catholic school, was that the King of France only had one son at that time. And he was the only person that was supposed to be like the successor. And because of that,
I don't remember that, but it was a point of what was it? Philip the Friar was the person that the king basically. I think he humiliated him with something. I forget exactly what now, but like it was Clement's abuse of that friar that gave the King of France like essentially political leverage over the Pope.
Right.
And that is what then led to what Despy was talking about. Sorry, it's been a long time since I read about the fucking King of France and Clement V's fucking atrocity against the Knights Templar and the 150 years of bloodshed that followed on anybody who even closely associated with anything to do with them. But yes, Philip the Friar was abused by Clement V, and that led to all this other stuff. Sorry, been a while. That being said, oh, Rich is going to talk to his mom. Okay, just making sure he wasn't.
Oh, sorry, I'm in the background.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't something to do with the Canto. You're fine.
We're good.
The reason I stopped there is because I wanted to point this out, because he who governs France shall be to this one. This is a poetic illusion that not a single person anywhere in Europe would have missed. The fucking street sweeper would have caught this, who had never been to an education portion in his life, would have caught this reference if somebody read it to him. A little harder for us in modern days to know. Just wanted to make sure that's why I stopped here. Who's next? I think it's Ancom is next.
Remind me where we are.
I don't know the line, but the last line
That's
I read
okay,
was so he who governs France shall be to this one. Is the last line I read. So it's I do not know if I were to be here too bold.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. And then it looks like to fornicate with kings by him was seen would be the next logical stopping point.
All right. I do not know if I were here too bold, that him I answered only in this meter. I pray thee tell me now how great a treasure our Lord demanded of Saint Peter first, before he put the keys into his keeping. Truly he nothing asked but follow me. Nor Peter nor the rest asked of Matthias silver or gold when he by lot was chosen, unto the place the guilty soul had lost. Therefore stay here, for thou art justly punished, and keep safe guard o'er the ill-gotten money, which caused thee to be valiant against Charles. And were it not that still forbids it me, the reverence for the key superlative thou hadst in keeping the gladsome life, I would make use of words more grievous still, because your avarice afflicts the world, trampling the good and lifting the depraved. The evangelist you pastors had in mind, when she who sitteth upon many waters to fornicate with kings, by him was seen.
Oh, okay, so as we now get into this, logical stopping point is here for a different reason, but we have to go back to the beginning portion of what you read. Matthias in this particular situation is referring to Matthew, for those of you who don't understand the weird version of the name that they're using. Like for most Americans, they have only ever heard to him referred to as Matthew, but that is who they are talking about as the Apostle Matthew. And obviously Charles, we already got into his dumbass. What I would like to get into beyond the king is the avarice afflicts the world. What he is talking about here is something that in 1300s was a growing concept This is not one that Dante perpetuated or started. This is something that he is kind of bandwagoning because it is a growing concept. About the divine right of kings. That the bad king, if given divine right, it can lead to this kind of avarice and strife. Because, let's be honest, the King of France and Clement V may have done one of the most famous in history. They weren't the first. And that is what Dante is, and many others were referring to in this time period. The earliest time period that I can find writing that kind of alludes to this is around the 1180s, so over a century earlier. It is an illusion that is very powerful to a majority of Europeans at this time, who, for roughly the last 3 generations, have had some pretty shitty kings all around. This is, I don't know the historical name for the time period, but I do know there is like a subgenre of this time period that specifically talks about this generational gap of like noble or good kings. We can argue about the nobility or goodness of kings with the anarchists later. But we're talking about people who actually seem to at least try to give a shit about their people versus people who use them like cattle. And so like this growing resentment against the concept of the divine right of kings is very prevalent in this time period. It is even some historians even speculate that it is a direct cause of the Fourth Crusade. This growing sentiment and them trying to combat the aristocracy and peasants from viewing the divine right of kings as a bad thing. Little did they know their exact actions trying to fight that would create some of the most stringent anti-divine right of kings sentiment in history. Because the Fourth Crusade was, let's just say there was a reason we didn't go too heavy from then on. And when you turn the stomachs of people in 1250, that's saying something.
Yep.
This was their equivalent of the war to end all wars, for the World War I analogy for us. It was so brutal, they honestly thought it would end this kind of warfare. Oh, we have you on your phone now, Rich?
Oh, yep, sorry. Am I not muted?
No, you're fine. I didn't realize you were in the car already.
I just wanted to add that this notion of kings, though, is a little bit complicated with Dante, because kings are, at least from Dante's point of view, how you get to secularism, right? Demarqué, he'll talk about that. So it is it's weird to think about kings as a progressive concept, but it kind of is in the sense that Dante will talk about it. So the fact that he's criticizing the divine right is kind of an indication that although he does want to move towards kings and away from popes having temporal power, he also doesn't trust kings.
Yes, and I think no. No, but that's a perfectly valid point. And I think it shows that he understood that any too heavy concentration of power into a single family or group could create strife for a majority. And I don't know if he overtly said it that way, because it's not in any of his writings, like if he said it, to his contemporaries. But at least in the implications of his writing, he pushes for secularism. He's pushing for a diversification of that power as well, and divestment of that power into a wider plethora of people.
Right. Yeah. Kind of reminds me of who's the philosopher who came up with non-overlapping magisterium?
Oh crap, I can't remember his name.
I think he was part of the New Atheist movement in the '90s, but I can't remember which one.
I want to say Harris, but that doesn't sound right.
No, but it was someone kind of like Harris. Yeah, he was an evolutionary biologist. I remember that.
Gould.
Yeah,
Stephen Jay Gould.
yeah,
Sorry.
Stephen Gould, yeah, Stephen Jay
I
Gould.
wanted to say Harris, but that makes sense when Harris fucking quotes Gould like crazy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So the idea that yes, you can get, there are certain, there's a certain kind of authority that belongs to the Pope, but not necessarily, that power shouldn't go to others. Like, all right, there's certain other powers they need to get rid of.
Yes.
Of course, that's happened in the West.
Well, and he points to that in some of the next tier sets as he then points to the evangelists and the pastors had in mind. Like he is still pointing to it is not dictated by any of these people that at least up to this point traditionally it had been. A king would decide their successor if they were able to, if they didn't like die in battle or something like that. Now, didn't always go out as planned, but they would sometimes be like, yeah, no, fuck you, you're not my son anymore, you're my son, you're now my chief son. And they would do shit like this. And that was the norm for, I don't know the exact time period, but I'm guessing if, like, based on, like, my cursory remembering of the subject, would be about 4,200 years. This would have been the norm. Like I'd have to dig to be any more precise than that. But like the idea of like the divine right of kings predates Christianity by a long time. Like it goes way back into ancient Mesopotamia. And what's that, Rich?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, that's even true of like Hobbes, right? Like you've got, like you can justify kings on the basis that it sort of balances out the power in the way that you're talking about. But then the way those kings are selected, or the theory behind which they should keep their power, is going to be different, and there are ways to make that a little bit more progressive until you get away from it entirely.
Yeah. And by the way, the reason that this dates back so far is, depending on how far back you go, and Despy can tell me how far back it goes in Asian culture. I know it goes back quite a ways with them as well. At certain points, like Egyptians and many, many, many other cultures throughout time, they actually believed their kings became gods when they died. Like, this was... Well, like, in a sense,
Yeah.
because this goes back to the days of, like, demigods and all that shit. Like, when people
if you're
believed...
looking, I know, especially when it comes to the royalty, like imperial royalty within Japan and within China, the belief, like traditionally the belief in China, before, what is it, the like Boxer Revolution and whatnot, and we had like the like old China. The belief is that the emperor was the direct descendant of the gods.
Okay. Because like in ancient,
same for the Japanese emperor.
Well, in ancient Greek culture, and ancient Roman culture, your ancestors would become house gods, for example. Because they would be considered so divine, or so divine isn't the right word in their time period because it meant different things to different gods within the pantheon. But divinely touched, let's put it that way, because that's closer to what they believed. Therefore, when you died, you joined them on Olympus, for these two cultures in specific.
Yeah, I get that. What I'm trying to get with this is that like the belief was that you were actually a member of like the family line of like what is it? Izanami and Izakami. Like,
Yeah, you
it-
guys
that- that's-
skipped the demigod phase and went to no. You guys are just their grandkids. It's you guys just skipped one of the stages that a lot of cultures go through. It's fine.
right. Like that's like the key difference is that like they believe like no, it's not that the emperor is like that they believe the emperor is a god. They believe the emperor is a descendant of the gods.
Yeah, that's and like I said, you guys just skipped a step. You guys, no. It's just a direct line of succession as opposed to God screwed this person and created demigod child, and this demigod child was so powerful he became king. You just skipped that step.
Yeah.
And for any of you think I'm being hyperbolic, please look into mythicism. You'll have a blast at how many cultures do this exact chain of events.
Yeah.
it's kind of amazing. Like, and we're talking cultures that never interacted with each other, like at all, because what is the oldest form of religion in the world? Ancestor worship.
Actually, animism, I believe, is slightly older.
At least according to everything I've been taught, ancestor worship comes even before animism.
Yep.
Okay.
Because it comes from one of our first funerary practices. I mean, maybe we had animism before tribalism, but I don't know how that would have worked. Like, that's definitely not something we're going to have any ability to investigate very well.
Fair enough.
I mean, it could have worked.
Yeah, my understanding was that the earliest sort of supernatural beliefs were animistic in nature.
I said religion, not supernatural. Ancestor worship is not supernatural in origin.
I mean, it sort of is because it implies that ancestors who have died are still exist in some non-material
At least
form.
according to what I've read from like the anthropology papers, it wasn't they were still there. It was the contributions that they had left behind.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't a thought of like them in an afterlife, although I'm sure many cultures had that too. It was the ancestor worship. It was these were great men who moved us forward or protected us from a great danger, blah 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 blah. And that ancestor worship comes from our time of tribalism, which predates the established forms of animism we know by about 10,000 years. Because I mean, but this. Like, animism could technically go back further as, like, oral tradition, and we just don't have any, like, record of it. I just don't know how we'd investigate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I asked my boss one time about the Chinese tradition of the Hungry Ghost Festival, you know?
Uh-huh.
And
Yep.
she explaining it to me because she didn't know what I meant when I said ghost. Like, she did not recognize the word almost. And then at least not in context with them. And finally she was like, oh, now I know what you mean. And she said, yeah, that's like, when you say ghost, it doesn't mean the same thing as what, like, Westerners mean, like these non-corporeal beings or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, really, a physical door has opened, and your ancestors are physically walking out of it. So it's not, they're not just, like, physically coming up from hell. Like, I guess they're closer to zombies. So there is a materiality to them, at least in the Chinese tradition.
I don't know if I
No,
necessarily call them zombies, but yeah, they are definitely, like, material. They're physical in nature.
Well, right word either, but I didn't quite understand what she meant when she said.
Okay, so I can explain this.
Yeah.
Because this is extremely prevalent in ancient Chinese culture as well as Japanese culture. There's overlap between these two. But basically what it is that like when we think of a concept of a ghost, we think of an a non-corporeal being that interacts with us and can interact with the world. When you're looking in East Asia, they believe that that a ghost or somebody that's coming back from the dead has full corporeal form and has has utility over that entire body.
Yeah.
So
And sometimes
everything,
it's zombie-esque. Sometimes they look like the day they died. Like it depends on the story.
yeah, it depends on the story, but it also depends on
But
the
they're
time period
hungry,
too.
which makes me
Yes, they are hungry. Yeah, it's and it's really interesting because like depending on the time period, like if this is like the Tang Dynasty for these like ghosts, and like the Ming Dynasty ghosts are entirely, or Qing Dynasty ghosts are entirely like not different, but their behaviors are entirely different. So what the whole thing is that when you're talking about hungry ghosts, ghosts are hungry for two things. Well, first of all, the food and things that they liked in the real world before they died, and the other thing is life force. So, like spending time with a ghost and being in physical contact with a ghost actually zaps your own life force, and for them that is also like a filling feeling at the same time.
Yeah,
So
this
part of
goes
this
to that.
actually has to do with physical food, and the other has to do with like a spiritual, like
Yeah, this goes to that folklore
mysticism.
when we brought this up many weeks ago. Now, you brought up the one about like the I forget if it was girlfriend or boyfriend with their past relative, their past spouse, essentially,
Hmm.
or soon to be spouse. They were engaged or whatever it is. Like, you
Yep.
told us a legend about it. And basically, she stayed with the dead until she died too, or whatever. That's what the folklore went with, because just the
Yeah.
presence sucked her life force away. It wasn't like he was trying to harm her; they were just in proximity, and it harmed her.
Oh yeah. No, it was the other way around. Like she was the one that was the ghost.
Yeah, I
and
didn't
she was
remember
harming
which way.
him.
I
Yeah.
didn't remember which way.
There are oodles and oodles of stories of people actually like what is it, having children with ghosts, and you have children that are half ghosts. Like it's really interesting.
I
This
haven't
also
heard
plays a
those
part.
ones. I'll have to
Yeah.
you have to
Oh
send me
yeah.
some links to those ones. That's interesting.
Oh yeah.
like
Yeah. So there's like half fox, half ghost, half like
Well,
all
no,
of
I
these
knew
different, like,
I knew the Hengyo what's it called Hengyokai, the different courts of the celestial realm that have like the beast people and the ghost people. Like, I knew all that. I didn't know they had ghost half. That one I didn't know. I didn't heard that one.
Yep.
Phantoms of the East. That's what that translates to. Fuck, I had to think for a
Yeah,
minute.
but if you're talking about like the zombies, like zombies are entirely different because like zombies in Chinese culture, they actually fly, and they're more like vampires than anything.
Ugh, God, you just reminded me of VTM. We need to get off this tangent. Dude,
Yeah.
gonna make me want to
Okay.
play. Gonna make me want to play Vampire the Masquerade again. You fucking man.
Yeah.
Because when you just said that, I'm like, Clay Jan. I remember when I picked that book up off the shelf, and I got to have Eastern vampires come kick the shit out of fucking like third generation progenitors because your vampires are fucking broken, dude. Like,
Mhm.
your zombies are as powerful as the VTM vampires, and your vampires make the VTM vampires look like jokes. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. Like quite literally, like a vampire in China does not suck, doesn't bite you and suck the blood out. It literally sucks it out of you, like through the orifices in your body. It literally sucks that hard in the air around you to
But your
pull all of that
soul,
out of your body.
your essence, your soul, whatever, gets yanked out of you forcefully. Yeah.
Blood. The blood gets forced out of your body through orifices.
Is that different than the
like
Clay Jin?
Buffy.
Oh,
That happens
like
in
the.
Buffy, where they just drink all the blood out of you all at once. Like, just,
Well, but no. What I was talking about is there was the Clay Jin, and they did the spirit. Is there a different like undead that did the blood? Because I know there could be crossover, or it could be bad translation into English.
Yeah.
That's why I'm just
There's-
curious.
There's different types. There's another type of zombie that's actually during like the burial rite for especially in China, that what they do is they put wax over people's eyes to make sure their eyelids stay shut, and they also take, and usually I think they sew up the mouth, if I'm not mistaken. If I remember correctly. So the whole thing is that like they're like, because these like reanimated bodies are coming out of like rigor mortis, when they come towards you, they bound, because their legs are bound together usually. So they hop at you almost like they're hopping on one foot with 2 feet, and they chase you that way. Their eyes are entirely closed. They can still sense you. They can still turn their head to find you, but their eyes are entirely closed and their mouths are sewn shut. But they're still
you're gonna
affected
hate
by
me
rigor
because of the
mortis.
shonen reference, but the character who plays the flute in Naruto makes so much more sense now.
The character who plays the what?
The flute in the Chunin exams, the one who summons the fucking big dead puppet things, and their eyes are covered in wax.
That's entirely different. That's entirely different. That's the Bunraku. That's the character that does the Bunraku, but that's entirely different.
but they hop at you. All right, cool.
No, but you have to understand, like this is like a bounce, like this, where they jump at you like this. Like their bodies
look
are
like a pogo
entirely
stick.
stiff.
Yeah, they look like a
like
pogo
they don't
stick.
move their arms.
Yeah,
at all.
Yeah. One of these things that didn't really have arms. That's why I'm saying it reminds me of like when you just pictured that waxed eyes shut, sewn mouth shut, hopping after you with their feet together like a fucking Wobbuffet that's been yanked out of the ground in fucking Pokemon. It's what I pictured was one of that character's puppets looks just like that as it's bouncing around the forest. But since Rich will not be able to read, that'll be you, Jesse.
Well, I can, but it might be dangerous.
Yeah, let's not have you try and read and drive. That's especially not in DFW. Your traffic may not be horrible today, but I wouldn't trust anybody on those roads not to try and read and drive. Give me pardon me. Okay.
I need to see my Contrapasso if I die reading and driving.
Oh God, no. Trying to think. No, it'd probably be something around debate. Like, you'd be a debate coach, but your kids do the exact opposite of everything you say or something. I don't know.
My former roommates, like from years ago, remember I told you the story of how I got my OED?
Yeah.
Whatever. They said that my Contrapasso is that the entire OED is going to fall on me one day. Like, the thing I love the most is going to be the cause of my death.
Well, that'd be the cause of your death. I don't know how that would be your Contrapasso of why you're in hell, but...
I guess they would say it would fall on me constantly for eternity. I don't know.
I mean, that would suck. Yeah, that's that... Very Sisyphean, too, because that's almost as heavy as that fucking rock.
Just multiple volumes constantly falling on me or whatever.
Oh God, Chinese water torture, but with volumes of the OED.
Yeah. Maybe it's age time too, so you don't really notice it, at first.
No, but okay, like as we were getting to the tangent we went on, like this is the growing sentiment that he keeps approaching with the resentment of divine rights of kings. This is something that has been growing in Europe, primarily due to that time period where we had a long line of pretty shitty, abusive kings to their populations, like pretty universally throughout Europe. And it just happened to happen at the same time period that we also started to transmit data at a rate hitherto unseen sorry, my wife said something. But hitherto unseen before, with the advent of much quicker boats, which allowed for mail to be transported in a little less than half the time that it used to be traveling, because they're no longer traveling on big barge-like sailboats. They now had sailboats that were actually able to get some decent speeds. and sometimes even tack and travel against the wind, like at significant speeds. This allowed for the furtherance of this kind of what would you call it? Dissatisfaction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Yeah, dissatisfaction with the concept that had come up to this point, because many of these kings, these people were educated enough, not necessarily educated, but they knew the history enough to know that they killed the last king. What divine right did they have? They just took the last dude out, or blah blah blah, or this or that. They knew there was no like demigod line of succession or direct thing. The only thing that was giving them this divine right was the investiture of the papacy, and that investiture was held at ransom, meaning it was worldly, not divine. And this growing resentment was most prevalent the closer you got to Rome. Funnily enough, you'd think it'd be the opposite. It would be the extremities that are the most like resentful of it. But no, it was literally the people around Rome that hated it most, because they had been suffering it the longest. If you actually look at their history, this is you're going to be talking about some of these perceived and actual enmities with the church would have dated back to before the church fucking existed, to back when it was still like enmity with the Roman Empire, because it's the same seat of power. Like, some of these things are just like prolonged policy of like the governments that persisted afterwards and just kept up the same bullshit. So, like, this is not revolutionary, but there is a reason that living in Italy, he is covert in the way he says it as opposed to overt in the way he says it. Because while it's growing, it's also fucking heresy at this time period to say this.
Yeah.
Because that's basically saying the Pope isn't the vicar of Christ on earth, and therefore doesn't have the right to invest the divine right of kings.
Mm-hmm.
But since he can't, since he's driving, Despy, if you would like to pick up.
Oh, wait, hold on. I just want to just change one thing about what you said. Like, he is the vicar of Christ on earth for Dante. But that does not mean that he can, like, pick kings. Like, that's because Jesus never did that. That's not a power that Jesus had in his lifetime. And so why would a pope have that power?
Well, I will just say, at least in my like reading of this,
He has the keys of Peter. Like, Dante doesn't just
yeah, but I think that Dante, and this is my own like intuition about the writing, as opposed to anybody specifically has said this or Dante himself said this.
Hey,
I believe he believed that particular right died with Peter.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I wasn't muted.
No, you're fine. I honestly,
my coworkers with donuts.
no, you're fine. I just honestly think that that's based on the way Dante words this and the implications that he makes throughout Paradiso. I honestly think that he believes the last pope that had the divine right to do such things was the first one.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to that, but I just walked into my classroom. So, but I'll see you guys next week.
See you guys. See you next week. If you think of it, what you want to say, go ahead and type it, and we'll read it out when we get to it.
Okay, yeah, we'll do. Oh, yeah, I'll just mute for a couple minutes at least.
Yeah. Okay, and Despy, if you want to pick up, it looks like. Let me just make sure I'm seeing this right. Yeah. It looks like you will finish it, because while we talk about the three popes, two of them are only alluded to rather than named. And we're about to get to the third one in this portion. But we don't need to stop to do it. It won't be enough left afterwards. I scrolled up to it. It's the same. It's everything that's left.
The same who with the 7 head was born, and power and strength from the 10 horns received, so long as virtue to her spouse was pleasing. Ye have made yourself a god of gold and silver, and from the idolater, how differ ye? Save that he one and ye 100 worship. Ah, Constantine, of how much ill was mother, not thy conversion, but that marriage dower, which the first wealthy father took from thee. And while I sang to him such notes of these, either that anger or that conscience stung him, he struggled violently with both his feet. I think in sooth that it my leader pleased, with such contented lip he listened ever unto the sound of the true words expressed. Therefore, with both his arms he took me up, and when he had me all upon his breast, remounted by the way where he descended, nor did he tire to have me clasped to him, but bore me to submit to the summit of the arch, which from the 4th dyke to the 5th is passage. There tenderly he laid his burden down, tenderly on the crag uneven and steep, that would have been hard passage for the goats. Thence was unveiled to me another valley.
Okay, so as we get through this portion, again, there's an allusion to the third pope, which is Celestine. And they don't name, but they do make an allusion to. Pope Celestine is the one that I was talking about before we started session. That I believe personally is not guilty of simony, because you should not be held guilty of a sin that you tried to get rid of in the church and you were overruled by the other people in the church. Like, I don't think you should be blamed for that. Like, that's okay, I'm the leader of the church. I want to get rid of this thing. Everybody disagrees. Well, if I keep trying to do this, I'm not going to be the leader of the church much longer. I'm going to be stabbed. Okay, I don't think that's the same sin. I just don't. I mean, a sin maybe, but not.
Hey.
It's not simony.
think of it this way, okay? And like I think I alluded to this in the very beginning when we were talking about this. If let's just say that they're trying to get money out of politics, and it gets vetoed and overruled that they're going to put money into politics anyway, and even after that, if he decides to put money into politics, if a political candidate puts money into politics after saying that they don't want to put money into politics, are they then guilty of the sin?
I would say they're guilty of a different sin. If it's a sin, like if we're just going with sin as the universal reference for this.
Yeah.
But it'd be different. It wouldn't be simony. Cowardice, maybe? I don't fucking know, but it's not simony in the same way. Because he didn't sell anything. He himself didn't. But he couldn't stop all the bishops and cardinals and all of them from doing it.
But here's the thing. He is the vicar of Christ. If the vicar of Christ is outspoken to the people about the bishops and cardinals wanting to sell indulgences and him being against it, and he's not willing to quote unquote die for his faith, is he really Catholic?
Yes. If we're going by the literal interpretation of the teachings of the Catholic Church, if we are going by the biblical scriptures, no. So take it how you will.
Yeah. I'm just trying to point that out. That's all I'm getting at with it.
Yeah, but I mean, in fairness, he didn't really stay pope for long. Celestine's reign as pope is less than a year.
Yeah, well,
Let's be honest.
would have been a lot. Would have been a lot less if he'd done the right thing.
No. But let's be fair. Let's just say that's not the case because it still takes time to get assassins in place and all that. It could have been the same amount of time. Who fucking knows? He resigned. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, he did try to do what we were talking about.
Yeah.
You are going to be discussing somebody who's going to be trying to get money out of politics, not avoid putting money into it. Completely get money out of politics in a time period where your primary mode of communications is a motherfucker carrying your letter on horseback through a chain of horses across land, with some of them going by boat, but most of them traveling by the asshole on horseback.
Yeah.
It would have taken a literal miracle for him to accomplish his goal. And hold on, let me count this. 5 months and 8 days that he was in the papacy. It would have literally taken a miracle. He couldn't have got it out of Italy, let alone the entire fucking church. Like, come on.
All I'm saying is he could have just, tried a little harder. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I would say that his resignation was his. And now I'm giving him too much credit because I know why he fucking resigned. Never mind. He resigned because they were gonna fucking shoot him anyways. They were gonna kill him anyways. So they wanted to get. So he's like, yeah, you know what? You guys elect whoever the fuck you want. I'm out. That being said, so yeah, I can't give the charitability. Oh no, this was his protest, and he resigned because he wouldn't be guilty of the sin of simony. No, he resigned because they were gonna kill him. Okay, fair enough. I can't be that charitable. Still not guilty of simony in my opinion, just because he didn't get rid of it in 5 months and 8 days.
The thing is that with the Pope definitely has the quote unquote bully pulpit, if you would. So I think he could have done something, huh?
But a broke Pope.
Hey, you know something? Just because you're broke doesn't mean you can't do the right thing.
Oh no, I'm just saying. But you don't necessarily have the cudgel that the other ones had.
Sure.
Yeah, I was just saying. Even a broke Pope, do they really have the bully pulpit when they're worried about the next king potentially coming to their walls with cannon?
Yeah, well, no, but I'm just saying, like the Pope himself has the laity. Like, the laity listens to the Pope.
Yeah, no, I'll give you that. I still think it's a different sin, though. That's all. I'll stand on that line because I don't think it's the same sin.
I mean, you could say it's a different sin. All I'm gonna say is that the
maybe worthy of hell.
Pope, yeah, the laity listens to the Pope, and if the Pope says these guys are some bad dudes, I'm pretty sure the laity is gonna listen to them.
I mean, you say this, but it took Alexander Sextus sending his own son to kill Savonarola because the others wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
So
no, I'm just
saying.
I'm just
saying. No, you have a point, and as far as like doctrinally and dogmatically. Yeah. Even that should hold true. So he doesn't have a leg to stand on. Scripturally, he's fucked. Doctrinally, he's fucked. Dogmatically, he's fucked on that one. I still think it would be a different sin than simony. Maybe worse. Who knows? Like you may even attribute it as a worse sin, but it's still different. It's not the same one.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if he would have done that, it would have seemed like he'd done everything he possibly could to steer the church in the right direction. And if he would have died because of that, or been ousted because of that, or anything like that, then I think he would have been fully justified.
I mean, to a point, but he was the one who gave popes the right to resign. Before that, they had to go until death. He gave the popes the right to resign and then promptly used it. Like, hold on, let me look at the dates. He used it 13 days after he gave the popes the rights to use it. He didn't even last the fortnight after he gave the Pope the right to use it. He's like, no, I'm out. Y'all have it.
Yeah,
13 days.
Like I say, like you could like someone could argue that this is technically church abandonment. Like he's abandoning the church when he should be leading.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can't lead when you're dead.
Right. But
and I have the sneaky suspicion, based on the fact that we know they wanted to kill him, he is the Pope who gave popes the right to resign and used it in less than a fortnight, meaning that message barely got out of Rome's city walls by the time he used it.
Yeah.
I have the sneaky suspicion he was like, yeah, I just don't want to die, fam. Just saying, like, that seems like a definite, if not 100% certainty, clear indication by the sequence of events.
Yeah, I'll be 100% with you. I think what is it? The thing with Simony is that he didn't do everything he could to protect the church from Simony becoming a thing.
But Simony was already a thing before he became Pope.
I know, but the thing is that it was under his watch that they...
Well, I mean, okay, I get what you're saying, but again, it seems like... how to put this? It would seem like blaming the president who got elected and then died, what was it, like 81 days later of the flu, for the problems that happened in the country for the 81 days he was in office. It just doesn't seem accurate.
It doesn't. Well, I mean, what is it? To quote Confucius, even though it's not Catholic, to see what is right and not do it is the worst form of cowardice.
I mean, we have that in the sheep and the goats too, but that's why I said he doesn't even stand a leg on scripture originally. But then you pointed out the other things, and it's like, no, he got to fuck himself on dogma and doctrine as well. But he created the precedent and gave the right of resignation, which has actually led to less harm at certain other times. So, balance... I don't know. Like, the benefit of hindsight, I have trouble putting him in hell. Dante, I'm sure he has no problem putting him in hell. That motherfucker, he remembers this prick.
Yeah.
Like, he remembers this asshole being alive. Like, okay, fine. But, like, at least for me, with what I now know of history and the plots against Celestine and the fact that his College of Cardinals elected him and then basically told him to fuck off with one of the things he tried to do, and the fact that multiple popes had been assassinated at this point in history, I have a hard time thinking this is hell-worthy. just for me. I mean, maybe that's just because I'm not a Catholic anymore, but I have a really hard time.
Sometimes people are called to do to be more than themselves, and They just don't answer that call.
I mean, true enough. But at the same time, as we cover this, I will go back to my original statement. Shouldn't be called simony in the first place because Simon Magus actually wanted to help the people around him, as opposed to just tricking them into believing he could help. He actually wanted to be able to help them with actual power, and all he wanted to do was pay for it. That is a drastic difference than what we call simony today, which is, I'm going to do a bunch of bad shit and pay for my good name in heaven again. So on, so forth. Like, it seems very different. Simon Magus was slandered. He had the right intent with the wrong tool. He tried to buy it.
Hey, you know something? Someone could say that Pope had the right intent with the wrong tool.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like I think they're both slightly slandered in this, and well, the thing that they're accused of is horrible. I don't think they are actually guilty of what they're accused of. Maybe something else, but not that.
Mm-hmm.
Because they didn't do the thing that they're accused of. They weren't trying. Like, that was the thing. Simon Magus didn't want to be rich. Like, if you actually, like, I've read through that multiple times this week. He didn't want to be rich. He wanted to help his community. Like, I've read through it in 3 languages. That's what he wanted to do. Like, I don't see how that's a bad thing just because he wanted to buy it. Like, the intent is not evil. He wasn't wanting to trick people into, like, believing him some god. He actually wanted to have legit power to help. Call it an insult to ask to buy it, fine. But to essentially create a whole category of sin to his name and then attribute it to the thing that he didn't do kind of seems like that UT cabin thing all over again.
Yeah.
Really does.
Well, I think if I'm not mistaken, there's a lot more. What was it like ways that we reference words like this where we that doesn't necessarily mean like what we think it means.
Oh, we do it all the time because of misattribution, because of colloquialization leading to reverse meaning. Like there, depending on how you track this linguistically through history, this happens many different ways. But yeah, it happens all the time. I'm just pointing out, since we're reading about it, I think they fucked up and we're using this word wrong. because simony, because it's literally a word that was created to mean this. The person that it was created to be named after was not guilty of the thing that they're accusing him of.
Now, Jack, you and I both know that the Pope is infallible. Oh my goodness. Worth it.
I think I will close out with this.
The Pope being infallible?
No, Tim mentioned the Pope song.
Yeah.
Alright, this is the last thing you're gonna hear tonight. It's a happy song, but it's got it's complicated words, so just listen really hard. Fuck the motherfucker, fuck the motherfucker, fuck the motherfucker, he's a fucking motherfucker. Fuck the motherfucker, fuck the motherfucker, fuck the motherfucker, he's a total motherfucker. Fuck the motherfucker, fuck the motherfucker, fuck the motherfucker, fuck him, fuck the motherfucker. Fuck the motherfucker, fuck the motherfucking Pope. Fuck the motherfucker and fuck you, motherfucker, if you think that motherfucker is sacred. If you cover for another motherfucker who's a kitty fucker, fuck you, you're no better than the motherfucking rapist. And if you don't like the swearing this motherfucker forced from me and reckon it shows moral or intellectual paucity, then fuck you, motherfucker. This is language one employs when one is fucking pissed at motherfuckers fucking boys. I don't give a fuck if calling the Pope a motherfucker means you unthinkingly brand me an unthinking apostate. This has now to do with other fucking godly motherfuckers. I'm not interested right now in theological debate. There are other fucking songs and there are other fucking ways. I'll be a religious apologist on other fucking days, but the fact remains, if you protect a single kitty fucker, then Pope or Prince or Plumber, you're a fucking motherfucker. And I don't give a fuck what any other motherfucker believes about Jesus and his motherfucking mother. I've no problem with the spiritual beliefs of other fuckers, while those beliefs don't impact on the happiness of others. But if you build your church on claims of fucking moral authority and with threats of hell impose it on others in society, then you motherfucker can expect some fucking wrath when it turns out you've been fucking us in our motherfucking asses. So fuck the motherfucker and fuck you, motherfucker, if you're still a motherfucking papist. If he covered for a single motherfucker who's a kitty fucker, fuck him, he's as evil as the motherfucking rapist. And if you look into your motherfucking heart and tell me true, if this motherfucking stupid fucking song offended you with its filthy fucking language and its fucking disrespect, if it made you feel angry, go ahead and write a letter. But if you find me more offensive than the possibility the Pope protected priests when they were getting fucking fiddly, then listen to me, motherfucker, this here is a fact. You are just as morally misguided as that motherfucking power-hungry, self-aggrandized bigot in the stupid fucking hat.
And
In the audience, really, just a bit of
with that, I think you will understand my exact thought process on, yes, the Pope is infallible. Truly, 100%. Yep, that's exactly what I still believe. 100%. For those of you who've never seen that song, I'm glad to give it to you in such a way. To mention is, by the way, at the time when he wrote that song, was actually still a theist, and was just pissed off at the revelation of what had come out about the Catholic Church, etc. This is one of these things that I believe people like Dante and certain other peoples in Catholic tradition and history who are either viewed erroneously as like against the church or for the church, depending on which one we're talking about, are very similarly criticizing the concept of that infallibility, because almost always as they criticize the church, the person they criticize most is the Pope during these time periods, which is why they end up being viewed, in varying ways. Because at this particular time period, pretty much 2/3 of the fucking Catholic world believed exactly as Despy joked.
Yeah.
Literally, to quote a modern day apologist, the Pope could have said 2 + 2 = 5, and they would have tried to reconcile that within their faith. And by the way,
how about 1 × 1 = 2? Does that work better?
I fucking hate you. Goddamn terryology. Prick. Okay, for those of you who don't know this, I'm going to tell you about that little thing, and then we're going to end this thing before we go off on any tangent about it. Some jackass named Terrence Howard came up with a new form of math that he calls terryology, where 1 × 1 = 1.
No, 1 × 1 = 2.
Yeah, 1 × 1 = 2, or instead of 1. That's my point. I couldn't even wrap my head around it long enough to fucking say it right because of how stupid it is. I can't make my brain think 1 × 1 = 2. That's addition, not multiplication. And I cannot think that because there is no such thing as a straight line. I'm going to point you to crystal formation, dickhead. But there's no such thing as straight lines in nature, that this particular curve shape within a polygonal shape that he created to create omni drones are actually the building blocks that God used to create on a nanite level the world and everything that we see in it. And the universe as it, in its all its expanding glory were created by these things. And he discovered this divine shape through his math of 1 × 1 = 2. And with that, goodbye.
The answer is 42, by the way.
Yes, that's the much better answer. Jeez. Yeah, I can't believe you could not let that one stand without having to say something.
Come on, step right in. We got space for the real. Come
You're welcome.
Be the small minds behind this place
God,
for you.
yeah,
We
my
got
transcript.
Let's burn right through. You wanna us, don't play it soft. This city's dripping heat and we go off. Ain't no limits, you fit right in. Come taste the pulse, let it sink in your skin. Out here, it's real, no fake ass game. No need to hide, ain't no goddamn shame. We don't blink, don't care for rules. This city's alive and it's breaking all the fools. You got the spark, you got the soul. Come ride the vibe, we'll make you whole. Come on, step in, we're waiting for you. Ain't no limit to the shit you can do. City's got grit, city's got soul. Welcome my friend, you're about to take control. Leave them behind, you belong here. The city's a gold mine. We don't care where you're from, fuck all that noise. We deal in truth, and we ain't playing with toys. You want freedom, you're in the right place. We speak in flames, and we wear no mask on our face. No judgment, no walls, you're free as can be. This city's your playground, come feel the energy. You're one of us, no need to pretend. Come and taste it, this city'll be your best friend. Come on, step in, we're waiting for you. Ain't no limit to the shit you can do. City's got grit, city's got soul. Welcome my friend, you're about to take control. Feel that pulse, it's pounding hard. This city's a beast and it ain't got no guard. You're home now, fuck the fear. The city's alive and it's keeping you near. Let go, feel it in your blood. This place is raw and it'll drown you in love. Step in closer, let the lights pull you in. City's a beast, it'll swallow your sin. Here we live without care or shame. You're one of the wild, we're all the same. Leave the past behind, ain't no chains. This city's a storm, we live in the rains. Come feel the rush, we're boundless here. You're fucking free, no judgment, no fear. Come on, step in, we're waiting for you. Ain't no limit to the shit you can do. City's got grit, city's got soul. Welcome my friend, you're about to take control. You're home now, don't look back. The city's got your soul, it's right on track. Feel the beat, feel it pulse inside. This city's yours, now you ride the tide. You're one of us, don't play it soft. This city's dripping heat and we go off. Ain't no limits, you fit right in. Come taste the pulse, let it sink in your skin. Out here it's real, no fake ass game. No need to hide, ain't no goddamn shame. We don't blink, don't care for rules. This city's alive and it's breaking all the fools. You got the spark, you got that soul. Come ride the vibe, we'll make you whole. Come on, step in, we're waiting for you. Ain't no limit to the shit you can do. City's got grit, city's got soul. Welcome my friend, you're about to take control. Look those narrow minds, leave them behind. You belong here, this city's a gold mine. We don't care where you're from, fuck all that noise. We deal in truth and we ain't playing with toys. You want freedom?